Toki anale o, mi kalasi, lon la mi lape lon tempo ni. Tasa mi toki tawa sina tan tempo pini kepeken sitelen. Nili open pi suno pi toki pona. Toki nila mi toki pona tasso. Tasa sina ken ala kuteli ken ala sona e toki pona, la mi pana kine toki in li lon sitelen. Sin la toki pona li tawa lon sike suno. Sike nanpa mute ale wanla, mun nanpa lukatu wanla, suno nanpa lukatu wanla. Tempo samala jan sonia li toki open e toki pona tawa ale. Toki pona li awen lon sike mute tutu. Kulupu toki li kama wan lon suno pi pali ala li musi a. Sike ni en sike pini la, semeli ante li sin lon kulupu. Mi wile toki lili e io ale suli. Nila o lukin e pali sa tempo. Pali sala sina ken sona e ni mi toki e tempo seme sike. Sike nila jam mute li kulupu li musi lon ma. Ma Amerika la kulupu li kama lon ma monkela, lon ma sampan siko, lon ma si atokin. Ma elopa la, kulupu li kama lon ma lanten, lon ma ansetan, lon ma sapu. Tempo kulupu bi ma sapu li tempo poka a. Sike nila lipu tempo luka wan li kama. Nili lipu tempo nanpa luka, li lipu tempo nanpa jan, li lipu tempo nanpa loe, li lipu tempo nanpa kala, li lipu tempo nanpa kokosila, ni li lipu tempo musi, li lipu tempo nanpa supa. Mun nanpa luka tuan la, toki pasi la sine ken pu. Jan ale li toki pasi e lipu pua. Lipu kin li jo e sona sin pi tempo poka, e sona pi tempo ku. Sine ken pu pasi kepeken ala mani. Mun samala, kulupulinku sine sona. Toki la jan li kepeken nimi seme, kulupulinku wile pana e sona pona toki la, ono sona sine nasin pi kulupu toki lon sike ale. Kulupu toki li pana, tawa mi pi kulupulinku. Mi sine nanpa lon lipu, nanpa li kama ante lili. Nimi kokosila li lili e wawa ona. Nimi pakola e nimi pempo li suli e wawa ona. Mun nanpa luka tutula sine ken lon lipu ma. Mi pale e lipu pi ma ale, lipu la sine ken pana e pale salili lon ma sina. Sine ken lukin e pale sale, sine ken kama sona e jan poka sina. Jan luka tuan ale a li lon lipu. Sine kin li ken lon ona. Mun nanpa luka la, nasin sitelen li kama wile e pale lili. Waso kele li pale e ilo sin. Ilo la jan li ken pale e nasin sitelen pona kepe ken pale lili. Mute pi nasin sitelen la, nasin sitelen li kama tu lon tempo sike wana. Wawa! Mun nanpa luka wan li open e nasin pona kulupu. Mun ale la, o kulupu o musi. Meli sili wan jan maeka li open e tempo pana. Tempo pana li kama lon mun ale. Jan li ken musi li ken toki e pali ona pi tempo poka. Tempo pana en suno ni pi toki pona li sama mute. Taso tempo pana li wile ala e pali suli. Suno pi toki pona li pali suli a. Mun nanpa tu li suli e sona. Mi en jan ketami li wile sona. Kulupula seme li soweli, seme li akesi, seme li kala, li waso, li pipi, li soko, li kasi, li ale ante. Lipula, kulupu li pana, mi kama sona wawa e nasin kulupu. Pona li seme tan lipu ni. Sine wile sona e ni la o lukin e sitelen. Sitelen la sine ken sona e ni. Io li kiete santakalo anu seme. Io li soweli ala soweli. Nimi seme li pona nanpa wanta o kulupu. Ni la mi kama sona e ni. Kiete santakalo la kule tu taso li pona tawa kulupu. Soweli ale ante la. Nimi soweli taso li pona tawa kulupu. Mila ni li sona pona. Mi pana e sona ni tawa jampi kama sona lon tempo mute. Ken la sine kina ni. Mun nanpa tuan li mun pali. Io mute li kama lon mun ni. Mio toki e onale. Lipu li kama lon tempo li toki e sinale a. Mi lukine io sinale lon kulupu. Mi pana e sona mi ale lon lipu, lon tempo a. Lipu li toki e kalama sinale, sitelen sinale, pali suli e tempo kulupu. Sine ken kepeken lipu ni la, sine sona e ale kulupu a. Sine ken kama jo e lipu ni lon tempo, lon poki sina ilo. Mun sama la, kulupu pali pi sitelen pona li kama lon. Sitelen pona la jan mute li sitelen kepeken ona, li pana e sona ona tawa jan tawa ilo. Jan mute ni li kama kulupu pali. Lawa pi makanata li kama sona e kulupu. Kulupu li wile awen wawa e ken ilo pi sitelen pona. Mi toki liri taso e ni, suno pi toki pona la tempo insala, mun ke kansan li ken toki mute e ale nia. O awen tawa tempo ona. Mun nanpa tutu la, lipo ale pona li lon poki wana. Sike pini la mien jan yuan en jan kita en jan wiwi li opene pali suli. Mi wile poki e lipo ale pona. Jan mute li alasa e nilon tempo pini. Taso pali ale ona la, lipo pi mute ala li lon poki. Tempo lon la, poki li o e lipo luka ale. Mila nili suli a. Lon la nili ale ala. Pali suli li awen wile. Taso pali nili lon li pona kin. Sineken lukin e lipo ale lon ilo. Mun samala sineken kama sona lon lipu sin. Mi pali e lipo wasona. Ona la yandeken kama sona toki. Lon la sineken kutemi li sona e toki mi la sine wile ala e lipuni. Taso ken la sine sona e yammute pi kama sona, la sine awen wile sona e lipu. Nasin la, lipu mi en lipu mute ante li sama mute, taso lipu mi li pana mute e sitelen pona e musi pi kama sona e kalama toki e pona antekin. Mun nanpa luka wan la jan mute li pali e musi. Tempo pi pali musi la jan li alasa pali e musi lon ilo ona kepeken suno luka tu taso. Kulupu li pali e musi li pana e ona tawa poki. Jan mute li lukin e poki li ken pana e pilin pona e pilin ike tawa musiale. Kulupu li pali e musi mute luka tutu, mute a. Suno ni pi toki pona la, sike sapi li wile toki e ona tu wan pi pona wawa a. O awen lon suno, o kute e toki ona pona. Mun nanpa luka tula, jan sonja li pali e lipu su sin. Toki pona en toki e pelanto en toki kosa li suli a tawa jan sonja. Jan sonja li toki tawa kulupu, lon toki pona, lon toki e pelanto, lon toki kosa. Jan mute li toki e ken kulupu, e pona pi wan kulupu, e pona pi tempo kama. Sineken lukin e ona lon ilo sina. Mun nanpa luka tu wan la sike li pini. Suno ni pi toki pona li kama. Suno ni la seme li lon. Suno la sineken kute e kalama musi. Jan luka tu li wile kalama uta tawa kulupu a. Ona li jan Tanijelun, li jan Saki, li jan usawi, li jan sampe, li jan tu pi nimi ala pi kalama ojuta, o awen lon suno o kama sona e nimi ona. Li ala lo e walo kin. Kin la suno la sineken kama sona tan toki. Jan luka tu li wile pana e toki sona. Ni li jan Kasape li jan alonola li jan simo, pi lipu tempo. Li jan Niwe, li jan soweli suli alu pi lete. Li jan pinimi nanpa pi kalama. Li jan lakose. Li ilo tani. Li jan sonja. Li lipa manka. Li munke kansan. Li nasa lipu. Kin la suno la sineken musi. Jan luka tutu li pana e sitelen musi, e toki musi, e pali musi. Ni li jan Masewin. Li jan Nikoleta pi nimi li keka. Li jan alin. Li soweli kapi. Li sike sapi. Li jan ketami. Li jan apen. Li jan upmost. Li mi pi kala asi. Suno pi toki pona li wile e pali suli. Kulupu suno li pali e tempo pona sina. Kulupu pali mi li lawa pona e jan musi, e sitelen, e kalama. Kulupu li jo e ilo sasi, e jan kepe, e mi pi kala asi, e jan mika. Jan mute kin li awen pona e pali. Mini mi ala e ila o pilini ke ala. Sina wile sona e tempo ale e jan la, o lukin e lipu mi pi tempo ale. Lipo la sineken kama sona e ni, jan seme li pana, tempo seme la ona li pana, pana ona li kalama, anu sona, anu musi, anu seme. Kin la mi wile toki e open suli, tempo lon la kulupu linku li wile sin e sona sina a. Kulupu linku li open sina wile sona, tempo sike nila, mi pi kulupu linku li wile e sona tua ni. Ni mi la sine kepeken seme? Sitelen kin la sine kepeken seme. Lipu wile li awen open lon mun wan taso. O pana e nasin sina, Sine ken ni lon tempo lona. Ni la mi toki e ale pi wile mi. Tempo kamala sine kute e toki pi a Masewin. Tasa tempo mute li awan lon inse pi toki mitu la ken suli la sine kute e kalama pona. O awen pona.
toki sin e sona haleni ona li hawen lon pilinin sami tempo vanta sola mi wile kutesin o komita so la muna lelilo asina hotoki sin sona haleni ona li hawen lampilinin sami tempo vanta sola mi wile kutesin o komita so la muna lelilon kun lilila mi toki e con suli pona wawala sinalo
Tenpo pokala sinaseme.
Mi pakala. Tempo pokala ala li pakala mi.
Tässä sinä sana ini aleli kama pona non tempo kama.
Sinä tokiri. Tässä tempo kama li tempo seme.
Li sana tässä sinä o awen.
Awan ni pilin ike mi.
Hakana sinä toki sama ni non tempo ali.
Kena ante ni. Mi pilingeni. Aleli on nasi ni. Ike li tawa mi.
Ken yan aleli sana ni on seme. Sinä sana ni aleli ike nila sinä o lon. Yan aleli ken ante ni. Mikin ala ante ni. Sinä toki tawa minä mikin ala ante ni.
Pakana. Kena nililong sila pora.
Kiki, nilipin, o pana yan maning aliluka-luka to. Mito kising tawa sinalang tapo asungkam.
Taka na. Tayo. Sulit mani alam. Sa sana na may kinasunin mo.
Mito kiya ni lipin, o tawa weka pito ba ni?
O pili ne kongo, ona li pime ali suli telo.
Por mute wile la yan liken kute mielon demonia. Taso mi sona ala. Por mute. Sitelen li kama. Sitelen li kama, sitelen li kama. Por mute. Okei, nili pora. Just make sure I got another way to toki. Okei, yan liken kute mi, liken lukin. Sitelen ni mila. Mi open. Pona mute. Minuki, yan li toki. Toki at pone ni tawa ni. Okei, toki a yan areo. Mi an open. Pi suno pi toki pona, nini moso dali li e mi. Taso ale li pona. Tempo nila mi wile pana e sitelen mi. Tawa sinara. Nimi ona li Waso Mun. Ona li sitelen toki, li sitelen lukin. Mi pali e ni ali. Open. Waso Mun. Tan mi. Tan Masewin. Mi o kalama ni. Sono musi sitelen musi nili kamalon ma nusilan. Ona li yan ayote aloa. Kin. Ona li jo e nimi tu. Taso mi sitelen ale nilo ni. Tele, Waso Mun open li waso ruru li awelo ala. Waso nanpa tu li waso kakapo. Ona li ken ala tawa kon li mute ala. Waso ale luka tu taso li lon. Tempo pini pianale ala. Yan nusilan li yo e soweli ma ala. Soweli ala. Taso yan li kama ona. Tempo nila soweli mute li moli e waso mayona pi ma nusilan. Sama waso ruru, sama waso kakapo. Kila sina ken lukin e yan maui. Lon pini pi sudere musi ni. Ona rio e nimi lon maui. Li tan nasin pi kulupu yan maweli, maori, pi ma nusilan. Yan maui li lon nasin pi ma ante mutekin pi taro suli pasifika. Ok, io antari suli ala. Taso sina ken lukin e sitelen pi ma nusilan e ma pi sitelen ni lo insa pi sike. Pona. Mun. Tawa nema. Lipu nanpa 1. Ma wala waso singli mu e wile ona tawa mun. Ona ali kalama e ni mi wile pona tawa mi. Mi wile sona kebeke mulili sama sitelen pinasinali sama waso ante ale lo malaso. Kute mila sona nili wile kin pali lili. Muli suno sui taso. Toki ala tawa waso. Tempo pipi meia sin la, Waso Mun li tawa linja telo, sope yasima li lone simpi napea. Mi ike tawa mi tan seme, mi o wile ala lena simpi mi e lipu kin, mi wile yo al lukin sim nasin ante seme la mi kame yo e olina. Telo li musui, taso, toki ala tawa waso. Sine ke lukin e waso ruru, ona li lukin lon telo, e ona sama. Apona. Pini suno kamala, wasoli wili mokoa, li ken ala lukin e io, pasila li tokin, mio lukin alasa e pipi, pimia e ake sipi kule kasi. Taso ona li ken ala lukin pona. Pipi li lon pime yala, waso li ken io ala, kila lipu kasi li ken lene lukin akesi. Tan seme la mi waso ike, waso ale ante li ken kama yo e moko ona, mi ken ala open sona. Kaso kasi wan li tawa taso, kon li awen lo malaso. Oko yalo suno tu li kamalon li toki sui. Waso mun o beto ala, waso ante li ken kama. Sina wile e la kute sina toki ike mute. Waso mun li kama kiwen tammo suta ona li ken ala kalama e io. Waso li kapesio, kalama piuta sina limo sui tawa mia. Kella mi ken kama poka tawa ni mi kute pona. Waso mun li toki ala. Sina waso li nasa, waso ante ale li kalama ike tawa mi. Mi tawa weka mi lon tempo ali mi wile peto. Sina sama mi tu, o lukin kama kulupu. Waso mun li toki sin li tawa li mosi kin. Soweli o mi pilin pona kin tan toki sina lola mi ken lon tempo ante taso mio tawa lape. Okutu li kama sike pimea tan pilinike. Nasin ante la mi sama. Moku mi li kama ala. Kale li on weko. Taso mi ken moku kina waso. Waso mun li utala e kon li tawa weka ma li kalama mon suta suli. Oko yelo suno tu li kama len tan kasi ampa. Sina yo e tempo nanpa. Suno wan la sina moli li yo ala kine olin. Waso mun li tawa la mu soweli li pini ano ken la tawa kon li len e toki utala awen. Ma weka la waso li mu e pili nanpa tawa mun. Ken pakala li pini taso la peale tawa waso. Waso mun li waso sila, ona li lon tomo kinila, waso mama mayona li mumu sia iyo ali. Mama ma en mama sewi, kama yan biwawa seri, tawa tanya mawi, ona li ken kama waso mun lon wile. Waso sila nili nasa, kela nili yasimala, waso mawi ni li sona kama yan lon wile ona. Mama mayona li mu, ona li ken iyo tu. Waso sui sino kute, sine kila ken li mute. Waso mula iyo ni li lone pilimpona lili. Nila ona li kalama musi kin lon nasin mama. Sike pimea li lili ike lon tempo pini la yamawi li awen. Suno suli kepe ken alinja kasi. Ona tu li utala li esun suli. Suno li ken tawa wawa ala la ona li kama awen ala. Nila sike suno li ken pini ike. Waso mun li pini mula. Iyo len li toki uta. Suno pona waso mun o mun li pini pana suno. Luki mi la persina li ken ala sama mia. Luki nanpa tawa mala, oko yelo li lonala. Taso tan pitoki sin li awen len tan kasin li. Sina wile moku e mi ano seme, yu len li kunto wawa. Wile ala sina kili luki nala. Iyo len li tawa poka. Iyo ni li yo e nuka. Wawa, tu e lipu lason luki wala ni li waso. Waso kakapo li non. Apoda. Mi alasa kila, mi kute kone kalama pitoki musi sina. Kute mila sina pona mute. Waso Mun li kama yoe pilin toki ni li poe. Lon la soweli li ni lon tempo poka sama ilun. Pona mute tawa sina taso toki isa mila ale mili ke ale. Mila mi opini awen. Wasamali toki wawa. Wile la weka ala sina ike eolo nasi seme nili nasa ali. Waso Mun li open sine luka tu li kama kiwen. Ona li kalama kon li toki ampa. Nili lona. Ma ampa la waso li tawa. Pakala lon isawlawa. Waso ma li kute pona tawa tampi ike ona. Suno sin li kama sewi li lo sine kule seli kila. Waso Mun li pini. Waso ma li toki lili. Pili ni samila iyo ike sina ale li iyo sama wan. Oko sina li kentan. Tenpo pokala ona li weka tawa selo mani kama yoe pokitero yan tankopi walo yalo. Waso ma li kipi si e poki tawa musi sike ona tu li tawa tomo tawa wanpi ilo uko. Waso li alasa kine pali Sapi kasi kiwen linja pipi mayona li kama wana iwali. Ona li kempini ni la. Pimeya li kama sin li open lete kine ale. Waso ma li tawa lape. Pali ni li suli taso. Lape sui tawa waso. Ok. Open suno li lompoka sin la waso ma li noka. Tawa lupa tomo lempi waso mun tan sitelen pi waso nilo suno pini. Ona li lo sewi lili waso ma li kalama ala tokilen li asema. Seme? Lawa kape sin li kama lontan lupa li lukin tawa waso ma li mu. Mi pini na ali. Sina tawa noka taso. Waso Mun li tawa mako. Ni sitelen matan Waso Mun. Ni sitelen e ma ale. Sina ken lukin e tomo.
Toki ikan ala lukin e sitelen. Ona li ante ala lon ilo si.
Oh dear, apagala.
Ale li pona.
Pona. Why might that be? That should have a link. Nila ona li ken lukin e ona taso. Okay, it's just not showing the correct. Pona, sina ken lukin?
Ala. O alasa si?
Yeah, so, okay, let's change stream. Add windows. This window. There we go. Currently sharing this guy. Nili pora. Sina ken lukin o sina?
Ala. Ona li awen lon sitelen nanpa wan.
Sitelen number 1. Nili nasa. Nili nasa mute. Minkä lukin e ona lun ilo. Ona li tawa ala tawa.
Ona li tawa.
I was thinking I was trying to stream an image on Discord when it was still streaming the image on video.ninja. Gosh.
Wawa. Mi weka lon tenpo ni.
Apona. Okei. Ike suli mi. Ike suli mi. Taso tenpo ni la sina ken lukin e ni. Nili waso mun. Mia. Mi pali e sitelen kule ona. Tempo pelina. I'm just going to go through some of the pages quickly before continuing where we left off. Nili manusilan. Sineken lukin e sitelen ona. Sike li toki e ma pi sitelen toki ni. Ma pi toki ni. Apona. Waso mun. Tawa yanema. Sitelen nanpa wala. Waso mun li lukin e mun. Ona li lukin e telo. Ona li lukin alasa e pipi e moko ona. Soweli li kama. Soweli li alasa moli e waso mun. Waso mama li toki. Waso kakapa li kama. Let's go from here. As before. Tempo pokala ona li weka tawa selo mali kama yoe poki taro yantan kopi walo yelo. Waso mali kipi se poki tawa monsi sike ona tu li tawa tomo tawa wan pi ilo oko. Waso li alasa kine pari sapi kasikiwen linya pipi mayonali kama wan ne iwali. Ona li ken pini nila pime yali kama sini open lete kine ale. Waso mali tawa lape. Pali ni suli taso lape suli tawa waso. Open suno lilon poka simila waso mali noka tawa lupa tomolen pi waso muta. Sitelen pi waso nilo suno pini. Nilo sewi lili waso mali kalama la toki leni yasima. Seme lawa kape sini kamalon tan lupa liya lukin tawa waso mali mu. Mi pini sona ali. Sina tawa noka taso. Waso mun li tawa mako. Sitelen maona. Sinte bonila sinale li ken lukin e iwale lonona. Telo suli lilo sewi. Tomo pi waso ma lilo poka open. Soweli ike lilo nikin. Pona. Sima io seme waso mali lukin lene pali sin lo mosi ona. Pakala sina sona suli ala lukin. Waso mun li mukin. Oko mila sike sama mun li oe lukin nasa. Sina toki musi o banania pali salon poka lawa tu olene oko sina kepaken musike lili. Waso mun li mila ona li musuli. Nasa wawa sike tu lo nili ante lone suno. Sewila, mi lukin sine munu anali mute kin. Nili nasa ala, sona mumi leken ala pona. Sina pana ala pana eni tawa ni sama. Waso muli pili nasa, sina oni ala tawa mi nili pali suli, taso nila sina sui. Waso mali lukinike, sina wile ala wile? Wile mute, sina nila pona wawa tawa sina. Io nila waso mali pili pona sina, non ali. Toki namakola waso tuli lukin tawa laso sewi sin tan suno kama. Taro weka yasimala waso walo kurupu li kipi sia kon li mu e wile moko ona tawa tero. Kala! Waso mali toki uta. Sina wile tawa lupa tomo milo tempo ante o seme. Sike lape turno kama la mi wile pale e tan sui sike. Waso mun li kalama e wile suli ona la tu mili mu o tawa pona li tawa lape ona. Ok. Tempo sono ni li pili. Waso Mun li wile lili moko akesila ona li alasa ni pankun ilo oko sin li ante lukin nae iwale. Selo sewi la malaso li pimeya mute taso Waso Mun li lukin pasi la selo lipu kasi epan li wan no ma e lipu pipi tawa ane kin e liya liui pikule mun tam pani pipi. Akesin li pini len lon kasi tawa kamalena. Ona tuli weka taso moku mute tawa waso. Labesin li kama tawa Waso Mun li pini lala. Ma pimeya li kama ko tantero sewi namako la waso li lo noko yelo tu e lempi weka tero. Waso Mun li tawa linya tero tawa lukin sin la kalama li suli sero pini li no ampa telo. Tenpo pokala ona o tawa waso ante. Taso mosuta li kipisi e wile ona. Ami wile tawa taso ken la iyo leken sama soweli lon tempo pi. Taso sona mila waso mari pona. Nili waso no poka tero. Lon poka ona la mi lili. Mi ken ala pali pasila iyo sui sama ona. Waso Mun li tawa sero tero sin li lukin nanpa tawa simpi. Ilo oko mili wawa. Taso ona li lon lawa. Mila mili nasa lukin mi wile iyo tukin. Waso Mun li pili nike ali lukin wane wile tu la tero sin li open tawa ampa. Sielu en oko sin pi waso ni li tero la mukipisi li kalama tamosuta lon tero weka pimeya. Waso Mun li lone noka wane ilo oko ona. Tawa luka wan la tawa luka wawa wan la waso li lon kon li tawa tan pi kalama mu ike. Insa kon la ona li ken kama lukin. Kalama li kama lon tan waso ma. Lon linya telo ni la kasi. Ampa mayonari nasi taso tawa poka ante. Waso ma li awenare tan mi tero wawa sin li toe lawa kasi ni e selo ma lon pime ya pi poka tero yasi ma la oko yelo tu mi suno. Waso Mun li wele mu lon monsu takin taso nasin ken pi pana paka la li kama tawa lawa ona. Soweli li tawa noka sui tawa waso ma la Waso Mun li iu ala. Waso ma li lukin monsi. Telo taso ali luni. Soweli ko li lon insa sielo pe kasini la Waso Mun li tawa wawa wile utala lon lawa. Kepeken len noka loya tu la Waso Mun li kowe soweli li weka kine ona wantan kasi kiwen tawa telo lete ampa. Waso Mun li toki wawa. Uta poe sina li ke moku kine kala ike. Suno oko soweli li weka lona tempo nini. Moni ano awen soweli na toki nili oe sona ala. Taso lon la waso tu li kama pona. Ona li lo selo ma la waso ma li karama bikon wataso. Mi moli sina awen kine lon mi. Nili nasa mute tan mi tempo pini poka la mi mosuta li alasa e. Sina tani sina awen kama ala taso nili lili paka la li pini. Ona tu li kulupu e sielo la Waso Mun li pana sine telo oko. Paka la mi tawa tomo sina kin la ion li kama on ala ike mi. Ona tu li kama kin lon tomo mi la ike sin li awen insa ma la kon li kama pime ya li yo e pili nike tawa uta. Waso ma li mue umpa. Mi pini sona e ni pami li lon poka i seli. Moko pan li tawa poki yaki. Waso Mun li toki. Tempo pini la mi wile ala toki taso sike pan en moko sama mimi eke tawa insa mi. Waso ma li kunto wawa. Io ala li kama pakala lon tempo muni mute ni li kama musi. Taso io ante la mi kama yo e wile wan mi. Sina ken kalama musi sama tempo pini sui ano seme ken la ni li puna mute tawa mi. Mi monsu ta tan kute a, taso miken alasa. Tunili tawa pokaseni tawa nia, telo sewi liken weka, nanpa tu la Waso Mun li open mu. Lon tempo pini weka la jan mawi sin li wile kama alasa e kala suli. Yampi mama sama tu li toki. Sina lili ike telo ni la kala liken moko e jan lili sama. Sina kin lon uta wana. Jan li kunto taso nasin jen li kama tawa jan sin. Tempo mulla ona lia kurupu e kasi linja, tawa linja alasa, li wane ni e palisa pi kiwin cielo ta mama muli lana penuala, io ante wan li wile. Ona li musi kin e toki soweli ni tawa nia, linja li ken wawa. Open suno la jan mawi sin li tawa selo ma li leno ona wan lo tomo telo pi jan suli. Kono wawa kin lo sono ni jan suli tu li kama li a toki suli. Tawa kon la ona li lo weka pona ma lon tempo mute ale li ken alasa e kada. Milo ni jan mawi sin li pini len tan ni la pini pi jan suli ni li ike taso ona tu li wile ala tawa ma li pana kon e linja alasa. Jan mawi sin ni sama taso jan li kunto alasa o pona tawa sina kala lini wana li ken kama. Taso tempo lini kinla kala wawa li lon linja. Tomo telo ni li open tawa wawa tawa kone telo kon li utala e sin pimpi jan alasa. O pini ya sina kala ni molia. Taso pili mosuta li wawa ala lon jan mawi. Ona wan li awen yo e linja ona telo loye siolo li pimeya e telo tawa poka ale. Luka pia mawi sin li kama lape mute kila utala li pini kala mosuta li tawa ala. Sielo li to e supa telo sama ma lo nuta sulea pikada mala kiwe sielo pi mama muli lana panoa li awen ni li pini pale. Tempo surikin li kama, kasi kili sin la kala mosuta li kama laso, yan en akesi en waso kin li kama tawa ona, masina aiwa teia lua. Nili manu? Mi aleli non poka pe ni. Mi oen. Nili mani, nimi ante, ona li manusi lanken, kila sino yo en nimi nilo lawa, mi opini. Waso ma ni lukin sui, tawa ona waso mun ni loye lili taso lon la pini sama lilun. Tempo lili ni la waso tu li pilin olina taso. Apona sidri mili pini. Time to hand over to whoever is next. Right. Me capo yana leo. O e pona.
toki tawa mi La mi toki sakine ni Nili toki ni sine yasima mi Tanijelun nili kama suli Kepeke nasin semela Mi kama sona esina Sine yasima mi Tempo motela mi toki taini Nili sitelen lape anu se Meta sopili mi liken ala poe Wile mi o kamalona Tawa pili mi na sina pona Kimasina oni nemi La mi toki sa sine mi Nili toki mi sina yasima mi Tanijelun nili kama suli Kepeke nasin semela Mi kama sona esina Sina yasima mi Tempo mutela mi toki taini Nili sitelen lape anu se Meta sopili mi liken ala poe Weka sina liawen suli tasonili suli ala tani sina ini yasima nilingona sina yasima mi Tanijelun nili kama suli Kepeke nasin semela Mi kama sona esina Sina yasima mi Nila mi ali kama pali, mi jan Kasape. Mi on kulupu pi lipu tempo tan tan tempo sulia. Nila mi kama toki e pali mi. Mi sielo e lipu, ken la sina oko e toki ni lon insa pi lipu simpi pi lipu tempo ali. Mi lon ona ali, a mi sielo e lipu. Nili seme, mi pana e sielo tawa lipu. Nila mi pana e toki tawa lipu, mi pana e sitelen tawa ona. Nila mi awen ante e ona tawa ni lipu li pona oko, li sui, li wawa. Mi wile e ni jan li oko e lipu nila, e lipu tempo la, ona o pilin pona o ken oko e lipu kepe ken pali lili. Mi pali mute tawa ni, mi pilin pona tan pali ni, nila mi wile a toki e ni tawa sina. Jan toki li toki, e toki. Nila jan alasa li alasa e pakala pi toki ni, alasa ni ali li pini la toki li pini jo e pakala li pini jo e pakala la mi kama jo e toki ni ali ilo mi li sui e ona li sui e toki ni nila mi pana e toki ni sui tawa lipu nila ilo mi li sui e toki taso ni li toki e seme ilo ni li pali e jo tu ona li kiwen e kon mute kin ona li kipisi e nimi ki eta san takalu ali. Mi kama toki e nitu lon tempo kama taso tawa nila mi o toki e nasin sitelen tawa sina. Sina sitelen e toki la, sina sitelen e sitelen kalama e sitelen kon. Sitelen kalama li tan toki, li tan jan, taso sina kipisi e kulupu pi kalama ni ali kepeken kon. Nila jan oko li ken oko pona ini toki li li yo e nimi seme, nimi li pini lon seme, li kama lon seme. Sitelen mi ali, sitelen kalama en sitelen kon, li lon supa. Supa li ken yo e toki ali la, wawa. Taso toki li suli ala, ken la supa wan li ken ala yo e sitelen ali ona. Ni la mi pali e seme, mi awen e nimi ni ali, ona li lon sinpin pi pini supa. Ni la mi kipisi e toki, kepeken kon ni, ona li lon monsi pi nimi ni ali. Ni la nimi ali monsi o kama lon supa sin. Mi toki pona eni. Ni la toki ali li ken lon lipu. Taso nasi ni li awen ken pakala. Oko e toki ni. Li ken ala yo e sitelen ali ona. Ni li yake lili. Sina toki sama ni ala. Mi wile ai ni nimi e en nimi sitelen o awen lon poka ona. A nimi ni tu li kulpu wawa. Mi wile ala ni ona li kipisi. Taso mi toki seme e ni tawa ilo. Ilo li oko e sitelen kalama e sitelen kon. Li sona ala e toki ni. Ona li sama ala yan. Taso mi wile toki e ni tawa ilo la mi kepeken kon kiwen. Kon kiwen li sama kon tawa oko yan. Taso ona li sama sitelen tawa ilo. Ni la kepeken kon kiwen la mi ken wan e toki mute. Ni la nimi mute li kama sama sitelen wan suli tawa ilo. Ni la mi o kiwen e kon seme. Kon seme o kama kon kiwen. Ona pe kule ali li lon sitelen ni. Nanpa wan la nimi o anu nimi li anu nimi e. En nimi pi monsi ona la. Ona li kulpu wawa. Ni la mi wile pana e kon kiwen tawa insa ona. Ni la nimi ni tu li awen wan lon ilo, lon lipu. Li awen lon supa sama. Taso mi o ni ala e nimi o ali, mi o ni e nimi o ni taso, ona li toki e pali wile. Mi kalama tawa iyo kepeken nimi o la, mi o pana e kon lon sinpin ona. Ni la mi toki tawa yan anu ilo pakala la, mi toki e ni yan o, ilo pakala o. Ni la nimi o awen lon poka pi toki pi sinpin ona. Ali la nimi sinpin e nimi monsi li nasa. Mi toki e nasi sitelen la, seme li monsi, seme li sinpin. Taso sina sona ini. O oko e sitelen. Sina sona ala la, o oko e sitelen. Mini sama e nimi a. Nimi a li wawa e toki pi sinpin ona la. Ona o awen a lon poka pi toki ni sinpin. Ni la mi pana e kon kiwen tawa insa ona. Wawa a. Mi kama a ni. Mi kama pali e wile sina. Mini kin. Mini ante en ni. Mi ante e nimi a ante. Nimi ali lon open pi kulupu nimi la. Mi pana e kon kiwen tawa monsi ona. Ni la mi toki e ni. Mi weka a mi wile lape. Taso ken la mi o pana ala e kon kiwen tawa ni. Mi sona ala e nasin wile. Taso ilo li ni pakala la mi ante e ni. Kin nimi pi lawa ala li tan sitelen wan la. Ona o awen lon poka pi nimi lawa ona. Yan a o, io o, tomo pi io o. Io nanpa tu. Ali la nimi pi lawa ala li tan sitelen wan taso la. Sitelen ni o awen lon poka pi nimi sinpin ona. Ni la kon ni li lon poki pi yan pali taso. Ona li lon open pi lipu tempo. Mi toki e ni lon tempo pini. Mi wile ala e ni ilo li kipisi e nimi yan. Ni li yaki. Mi wile e ni kin ala ilo li kipisi e toki kepeken kon pi monsi pi nimi en. Animi en ni li tan sitelen wan taso. Ni la lon poki pi yan pali la ilo li ken kipisi e toki kepeken kon ni taso ona li lon sinpin pi nimi en. Ni la poki ni li sui a oko. Mi pana e sitelen don tenpo lili kama. Pini la kon li lon sinpin pi ilo sitelen la kon ni li kama kiwen. Taso sina sitelen ala e kon lon sinpin ona la mi pana ala e kon tawa ni. Ni la kon li lon la ona li kama kiwen ante la ala li kama. Ilo li pali ala. Mi wile e ni ilo sitelen li awen lon poka pi kulupu nimi ona. Ni la mi pana e kon kiwen tawa ona. Ni ali la mi toki e kon ali ni ona o kama kiwen. Mi toki e ni nimi seme o awen lon poka. Kulupu seme li wawa. Ni la ilo li kiwen e kon la toki li kama seme ante. Ona li kama seme oko. Oko lili e toki nitu. Ona li tan lipu tenpo nanpa pili. Ken la sina oko e ni nimi li la nimi pi musi ona li lon supa sin. Ni li lon toki pi poka ni. lon poka ni. O oko. nimi li e nimi e la nimi pi musi ona li lon supa sin. Ni li yaki a. Taso kon kiwen li lon insa pi nimi nitu la ona li awen lon supa sama. Ni li wawa a. Ni li sui tawa oko. Ni la mi kalama pona e ona lon lawa. Jan li ken ala pilin pona. Yaki li suli. Pini yaki li suli. Li paka ala e jan. Ni ali li wawa. Mi wile e ni ala pini yaki li suli kin tawa jan. Anu ni li paka ala e jan. Ni li yaki a. Taso kon kiwen li lon insa ona la kulupu li awen wan. Ni li lon poki pi jan pali. Mi toki ni lon open. Ilo li ken kipisi e toki kepeken kon ni taso ona li lon sinpin pi nimi en. Ni la toki li sui. Ni la nimi mi li kama ala pakala. Nimi en pi sinpin pi nimi pi jan siwa. Li awen lon poka pi nimi pi jan siwa. Kin nimi li alasa li awen kulupu wan. Li awen wan. Ni la ilo li sui e toki nikin. Pini la mi toki e nimi kieta sa takalu. Nimi li suli a. Jan alon ala li sona ini. Taso ona li sitelen mute e nimi kieta sa takalu. Ni li ken pakala. Tan seme. Nimi kieta sa takalu li suli ala. Pini supa li ken ala jo e nimi kieta sa takalu la. Ken ni li suli a. Ni la nimi ali kieta sa takalu o tawa supa sin. Ni la kon suli li awen lon supa mama. Ni li wile ala, ni li yaki, mi loye e ona, ni la sina oko e ni loye suli li lon la, kieta sa takalu, nimi kieta sa takalu, li lon supa sin, nimi kieta sa takalu, li ken ala lon poki ni loye. Ni li yaki, ni la mi pakala e nimi kieta sa takalu. E nimi kieta sa takalu taso a, kin kon ni lon monsi pi nimi li la ona o kama kiwen. Ni kin la ilo li sui e toki ni. Ni li insa ilo. Kin mi pali e ilo ni lon tempo pini, ona li kipisi e nimi. Mi keveken ala ona lon lipu tempo. Taso mi pali e ona lon tempo ni, mi ante e selo pi lipu tempo, mi pali e selo sin. Ni la mi toki e ni, ken la mi wile kipisi e nimi ali a jan li ni tawa lipu tempo lon tempo pini. Taso pini la mi ni ala, nimi ali li awen wan. Taso sina awen ken keveken ilo ni, mi pana e ona tawa ilo. Ni la. Ilo li pali e ni ali, keveken tempo pi lili ala, mi a li kama pana e toki sui ona e sitelen kin, tawa lipu. Ni la mi kibisi pona e kulupu supa, ni li toki e seme. Sina sona e ni, supa li jo e sitelen mute, sama la, poki li jo e supa mute, poki toki li jo e supa mute. Taso sama supa la, ken la poki li jo ala e, li ken ala jo e supa ali, ni la mi o kibisi pona e poki ni. Mi wile ni pona ni la jan li oko e lipu la, ona li sona pona e toki jan. Ni la mi sitelen e monsi pi toki lawa, ona li loye lon ni, toki lawa li sike pi mun satunu, li o moku e kasi unu lon lipu ante. Io loye li lon monsi ona, mi sitelen e ona, mi ni tawa monsi. Ni la lipu tempo li pidi, mi pana e ona tawa ilo kulupu.
Toki, mi ansimo. Mutila mi pali e sitelen sinpin pi lipu tempo. Mi wile toki e ni. Sitelen sinpin li kama lon kepeken nasin seme. Tan seme la lipu tempo li jo ala e nanpa, li jo e nimi. Open pi lipu tempo la mi pilin e ni. Toki pona la nanpa suli li ken ike tawa lukin. Taso mi wele pali e lipu tempo mute. Nila mi pilin e ni. Mi pana e nimi pi toki pona tawa lipu tempo ale la mi ken pali e lipu tempo mute. Mi ken pana e sitelen simpin tan nimi tawa ona. Nimi li kama tan seme. Open la jan mute li sitelen e toki. Mi sona e ni toki seme li lon lipo tempo la mi mute li ken ano e nimi. Nimi li o toke e ni, toki seme li lon insa. Mi ano e nimi la mi ken open e pali mi. Toki pona la kon ante mute li ken lon nimi wan. Musi mi la mi wile sitelen e kon mute pi nimi wan. Lipo tempo sin la nimi ona li nanpa pilin. Mi wile sitelen e kon tu ni. Mi ken pilin e pilin insa. Ante la mi luka e io la mi pilin e ona. Mi wile sitelen e ni. Luka wan li jo e sike pilin mute. Luka ante li kama jo e sike pilin wan. Mute la mi alasa e sitelen lon kolopo pi ilo sona. Ken la mi pali e sitelen kepeken ilo toki mi. Tempo nila mi sitelen e luka mi. Sina wile pali sama mila, sina ken. Ilo ale mi li wile ala e mani. Jan ale li ken kama jo e ona. Tempo mute la mi open sitelen e ken mute kepeken lipu kepeken ilo sitelen. Kamala mi pali e sitelen kepeken ilo inkscape. Mi pana e sitelen tawa ona. Mi pali e linea kepeken ilo linea. Mi kule e insa. Kamala mi pali e io lili, e suno, e pimia. Sitelen li o ala e suno e pimia la, ona li sama lipo tawa lukin. Kule li lon anpa, kule pimia, kule suno li lon sewi, linea li lon sewi a. Mi len e sitelen lili pi lipo tempo. Sina ken alasa e ale? Pakala lili la sitelen sinpin ale ala li jo e ona. Mi pini e sitelen la mi pana e ona tawa kolupu pi lipo tempo. Ona li ken toki e pona e ike tawa mi. Nila mi ken pona e ona. Ale li pona la jan Kasape li ken pana e sitelen sinpin tawa lipo.
Tokia. Tenpo pini mutela mi sona lili e toki pona. Mi sona e nimi ona e antu anu tu wan pi toki pona. Taso mi pali lili kepeken ona. Mi pali e sitelen tawa lon lipu yutu. Yen li wile e ni toki pona li kama yo e nimi lili tan kulupu iso. Taso ona li toki e ni. Toki pona la lipu toki pi io sin en tomo pana pi sitelen tawa li lon ala. La toki pona li toki lon ala. Yen mute li wile e lipu tempo. Nimi ona li awen nasa tawami. Lipu tempo li toki ala e tempo. Tempo mute la ona li lon. Toki tosi la mio e nimi Zeitschrift. Tempo sitelen anu tempo lipu. Ken la nimi li tani. Jan sonatan en jan eli li open e lipu tempo. Tempo li la mi kama. Jan mute li kama. Suli la jan ketami li sitelen mute. Sitelen kiete santakalo o ona li musi mute tawami. Mi kin li sitelen mute. Tempo ale la mi sitelen e toki semili mi kepeken sitelen. Jan mute li pali e toki e sitelen e lipulin lui e lipukasi. Alela mi kama sona e ni, lawa li wawa. Jan o lawa pona e kulupu pali. Jan pali li wile e nasin, mi kute mute e ni, nasin se mela mi ken Tempunila mi ken toki e ni, o lukin e lipulin lui lipu tempo org, anu lipu GitHub, anu toki tawa jan lawa lon lipu siko. Tenpo open la mi jan lili. Mi tawa tu mo sona lili, li sona lili ema. Mute la mi pakala. Taso pakala li pana e sona tawa mi ale. Tempunila mi sona pona e nasin. Taso mi ken ala pali mute tani, mi o pali tan mani. Lipu tempo la, jan pali mute lilon. Jan sitelen li sitelen, jan toki li sitelen e toki, jan simo li sitelen e sitelen simpin, jan kasape li pali e lipu PDF, jan alipi li pali e lipu kasi li pana e ona tawa jan sonatan en mi li lawa e io ale e manikin. Lipu tempo li wile kama kulupu lon lawa tosi tani. Kulupu li ken yo e mani li ken kepeken ona tawa toki pona. Mi mute li pali e kulupu lawa pi lipu tempo kepeken wawa mute, kepeken pali mute, kepeken mani mute. Tempunila lawa la mi sona e kulupu tu pi toki pona. Kulupu lipu tempo e fao en kulupu sitelen pona Publishers and Typographers Association. Wawa. Tempo sike tupini la kulupu ni ala lilon. Mi ken esun e lipu kasi kepeken mani pi kulupu lipu tempo e fao, li ken pana e lipu kasi tawayan lon ma ale. Mutela sina esun e lipu kasi pi toki pona la, sina pana e mani lili taso. Mani mute li lon la mi lili e mani. Taso mani namakoli awen. Sina sona e io pona tawa mani nila o toki tawa mi. Mi wile kute e pilin sina. Ken la sina sona e lipu pipia. Una li lipu suli pi nasin sewi pian Yesu. Mi wile ala toki in nasin sewi. Mi wile toki ini. Lipu pipia li sulia. Una li yo enimi pi mute ni. Lipu tempo ale li yo enimi pi mute ni. Wawa. Tempo sike luka tuwan kamala. Lipu tempo li suli sama lipu pipia. Lon la nimi pi toki pona li ken lili. Nimi in li suli. Pinila mi wile toki ini. Mi taso li ken ala pali e lipu tempo. Jan sin o kama. Sina wile pali e io suli tawa toki pona la o sitelen tawa lipu tempo. Jan mute li kama wan la ale li ken. Tempo sikenila mi wile pali e lipu luka sin. O pali e ona lompoka pi mi mute. Sina pona mi pini.
Hello, and welcome to Pali Musi Showcase. I'm Sike Sapi, and I'm here to talk about Ilo Kuko. This interview with Jan Netakin will be conducted in Toki Pona. Tokia, Jan Netakino.
Toki.
Toki, sina pali e musi, ilo kuko, tawa tenpo pali musi. Wawa sina kama nanpa tu lon utalani. Wawa, sina wawa. Sina pali ilo musi. Jan wale li pali sitelen.
Sitelen ale lon.
Jan ante li pali e kalama. Otoki ni semela sina kama kulupu.
Mi ale le jampena pe tenpo pini mite. Mi en wale le wile pali e io la mi tu le pali ni le nasin.
Nasina. Tenpo pisuli semela sina pali e musi.
Mi en le pali e misi mite. Mi can panes it. Misi mite Mi aina le lili la mi tu le pali musi lili a. Kapikan lipu, kapikan ilo sitelen. Tase tenpo sike penny luka. Mi tu le open pali ilo musi. Mi aina le open.
Sona.
Musi ni.
Oh, wow. Sona. Sina wawa kin lon toki pona. Sina toki pona lon tempo seme.
Mi open kamasona lon tempo sike pini tu. Nearly lon ala. Mi open kamasona lon tempo pini sike ante. Tasu tempo pini sike. Tempo sike pini. Nila sama. Tu la mi kamawawa lonena. Nila mi kamasona lili la mi toki tawa yampekami. Ina wele ala wele utla lon musi manka kapikanena. Nila mi toki lili. Tasu mi musi. Mi sona lili. Tanpeni.
Musi. Sona. Pona. Tempo pipali musi li open la. Lawa ona li pana e nimi tu.
Lawa ona le mi.
Ona li sina. Nia. Sina pana e nimi tu. E nimi nasin e nimi nasa. Nimi tu ni li kama musi sina tan seme. Seme la ona li kama musi sina.
Mi sona nimi te. Tasu mi toki ala ena tawa yanwale. La yanwale le kama nasin musi. We can pana sitelen. No mind, this does not have our early ideas. Le pileni. Samela enelekan nasin, samela enelekan nasa. Open la. Yanwale le wileni. Sitelen ale le kama. Sitelen ale le lon. Le kama ala tan ilo, le kama tan lon. Nila mi tu le pileni. Samela nila kan lon musi pinasin nasa. Nila mi tu le pilen eni. Yan mute le lon. Sina kama lon insalawa ena. Le kama yoe iyo tan lawa ena. Yo ale le iyo lon. Nila sama mute pali pini. Mi toki ani samela yan mute le lon, yan wan taso leken lon. Poki iyo leken poki iyo lili leken lon. Leken yoe iyo mute a. Nila musi. Sina pana e iyo tampeki tawa yanwan. Kan mi pakla lon toki.
Ali pona. Sana.
Pana.
Nili pona. Ni sina kama open la io li kama tan insa yan anu seme.
Lon ni lon piniana. Pini ala. Mi sona ala tanni. kalami tuli peleneni. Nile musi. Ena lukin Niwe ielon in salawa ena. Nile nasa.
Nasa.
Nile nasa
Sina ante ni tanseme.
Tanni. Yan mite? Le pali mite. Yan wan taso lilon la. Pali le kamelili.
Sona. Nila ilo Kuko li kama.
Lon.
Sona.
Nila mi peleneni. Sina alasa e io tan seme. Seme la waso. Sitelen ale le waso la ene le kama waso. Seme la waso le wele io. Ene le alasa e io la sina pana e io. Nile nasim pe ilo Kuko.
Sona. Wawa. Ni li musi pini. Li musi sina. Nila mi tu o kama musi. Opena. Mi wili open e musi. Taso, mi wili taki eni lon open. Nasin sitelen li wawa, li sama ilo winto pi tenpo weka. Wawa.
Sitelen ale le sama ile pi tenpo pini. Tan ni, ene le lukin nasa. Le wawa le musi.
Li wawa e musi. Ni mi open. Musi li pana e sona pi nasi ona. Mi sona ni wile eni ala. Mi oseme. Lukin. Waso lilon. Waso lilon lekoni. Otoki. Waso lilon ona li sialo ona li len. Seme la sina wili pana eni. Pali eni.
Io sitelen mite. Fimi sini lilon. Sina kamelon in sapokila. Sina kenlekeneni. La waso lilon. Yan wale le pali ena mi yawa ena mi kan sitelen around lili. Mi yo ena lan. Lekan mi kap kenana. Nile musi.
Sweet.
Lon la nile lukami. Lon sitelen.
Musia. Ona li suya. Ole lon musini li tan li tan ala ilo. Ni li musi mute. Musinila waso li wili e io ona li toki e ni tawa sina pana e io wili.
Nile kamelaso.
Sin. Ona li wili e soweli.
Soweli musi.
No, soweli musi. Nile soweli musi. Soweli ni soweli li kama. Ona tuli toki.
Miwena le tan soweli mi.
Sweet. Mi wile toki ni. Sina pali e toki ona.
Lol.
Ona sina musi ni sina kama sona ni. Ona li tawa weka. Soweli li wile poki e io ale li wile weka. Taso waso li wile ni ala. Ona li wile awan musi lon ilo kuko. Sina kama sona e tan lon musi. Toki ni seme li kama e toki ni tawa sina. Seme li si ni tan.
Mi enion wale le bilinini. Seme la ene le kenkepikan toki pona ni le suli. Seme la ene le wile e ia. Ni tu le suli lan tempo pali. Ni le pona tawani tanni. Ene le wile e io mute tanni. Ene le camelon tomesin. Ene le toki mute tanni. Ene le camelon tomesin. Mi eva sitelen lan sitelen. Jan wale le pali toki ale kapken toki enli. Mi ante toki tawa toki pona. Ni le wile tenpo mute. Mi lape ala.
Ike.
Tase mi ante ona ale.
Tas toki li suya. Sina kama pilin pona wawa tawa waso tawa soweli. Ona tuli pona. Ona tuli olin e ona. Mi wile soneni. Io ale. Sina sitelen e io ale. Sina musi li kama tani. Io li lon poki. Sina pana e io tan poki tawa waso. Semela ni li kama. Poki li tan pule.
Mi even pali la jan mute lelon sina soneni. Taso aina ale lelon nasin. Taso pali la nasin le suli la aina le kama mali li samani. Ni la poki le lawa ala le kule taso. Musi la weka tan poki.
Weka tan poki.
Lukin, kule luka lilon leko.
Ni a.
Manasa.
Ni
le nasi.
Manasa a. Soweli len lon seme. Nili weka. Nili musi a. Nili soweli len. Nili kala. Mi alasa yo ona lo tempo pini. Ona li lo ni. Nili musi wawa. Nikin lilon. Kalama musi lilon. Kalama musi li sui mute. Sina sona e paliona, no sem.
Lon. Jan ante le pali ona. Mi toki ani tawa ona. What did I say? Cut this out. Ambient, chimey, perhaps officey soundtrack as if it were called Raindrops in the Park. Mi pana ini tawa ena le pana kalama ni. And let me see. Sina musi la kalama le ante. Open la io lili lelon kalama. Taso pini la io mute lelon.
sui. Mi sona ale ni. Wawa. Nili pona.
Waso le Tokyo pile nona tawa soweli la. Ia wale le weka tan kalama. Tawa ni. Toki le kama wawa.
Wawa. Nili pona mutea. Kalama li ante tan io musi tan ni seme li lon musi ni li wawa. Sina pali wawa. Sina pali wawa ta ni.
Mikan pana sutlani. Toki ale le gamatan lipu ni. Ni la toki le lon. En le toki ni waso o tawa. Soweli o tawa. Kalama le ante. Ni la musi ale le tan toki ni.
Wawa. Mi sona mila musi li sona e ni io li seme ona li sona e ni ona li sona tan lipu sama ano seme
mi kan pana sona mi telani yan wale le pana a perki a super nila suno le lon sewi le pana suno tawa iyo la una le sitelen et iyo sama sitelen ni nila sitelen le kama lukin sama ni sitelen ale le tan tome mi iyo ale nila ena li weka wale tanena la ena le kama famani la mi tu le pali tekini en le tekini ye ni le kiwan le yellow le nana le ko le compacula le suli le wawa nila nasin toki le pana sonanita ile waso le wele asame nila ona le wele soweli ona le wele len taso sina pana sui tawa ona toki ona le ante mikan pana io ante mi kan lukin en nimi en lukin en le kamakule le tokeni ni le sama ilo tase mi te la en le ilo wala ni le ilo wala ni la mi kan pana nimi tawa ken la nio ilo mi kan lukin en le ilo wala la mi kan pona ona lon lipu.
Wawa. Wawa. Mi wili sona iowan pini. Sina ken sitelen pona e musi.
Lon.
Toki. Sina pali e ni. Seme li kama utala e sina tawa pali ni.
Io mite le ikelani nana ale o awan suli ona nila wele awawa lonla toki 7ish nasin sitelen 7ish le pakala le yo ala nimi walo nila nasa mite
Seme?
lon ma GitHub la unalini taso lon tomo toki tomo sitelen unalini ala look unalilon ala
Nasa. Nasa.
Yo lilon Taso wale
Nimi wo ala li suli tawa musi ni.
lon unali toki
Ona li paki li kule. Nasa. Taso palisina li pona ale li sitelen pona. Ale ni li pona mute. Sina ale li wawa lon pali. Sina pali e kalama wawa, sina pali e sitelen wawa, sina pali e musi wawa. Sina ale li wawa. Mi pini e musi lon tenpo ni. Mi kama toki e io pini lon tempo poka. Wawa. Mi lon poka pini. Mi wili sona eni. Sina pilin seme tawa musini. Sina wili ante e seme lon musini.
Tenpo pinila pakala lili lilon tokiana taso mi penani la ena mite le pena sana kanante mite la mi sana mi kampana ye lili tawana nana ni sina nana sina luka ona la toki le tawa toki le tawa ala lon tenpo ni le campana ena taso tili la ena le pena
Wawa.
mi pali wawa lon ena tenpo mite la mi pali ilo misi la ena le ike taso ni le pena mite
Wawa. Ni li pona wawa. Nili pini e toki. O toki e ni. Jan li wile lukin e io sina. Ona o seme.
sana sitelen misi mi lilon netu.ich.ia taso mi en yan wale en yan ante le palia io mite lupinila sina can look in a link tree link to .ee/nettle nila sina can look in a ale mi pali ilo permisi manca ena le misi looking ile nasa sitelen mi palia kalama yan ante le palia kalama nile lon link tree kalama misi mite nile kalama pitoki pena kamera mi palia kalama sin pitoki pena taso nile download tenpo suli yan ante mi sitelen ni lipinila sina can look in a map yanale
Wawa. Pini nili pini. Yan aleo o kama musi e musi ni o kama musi e musi ante pi tenpo pali.
misi mite pena lelon
Musi mute pona lilon. O kama lukin e iu pi kulupu neto? O awan pona lon tenpo ale. Sina ale li pona wawa tan lukin. Mi tawa!
Ona ni lukin e tempo ni emani? Mani mani kin. La ona ni toki ni lon ni lon weekend ala ni taso mili boy ike nanti na sona mi tuli sona mili ken ala lon ona ni sama mosta sike mosta pipili sike lon mosta sewi ala mosta li sewi ala taso tekonila mani ana mani handala io tawa pali ike muda ililon toki nila ni oela ilimi pipili nasani sama nini mile kili lawa mili sike tapali ike pana imi sike kensa mili pakalatan semea lona patan kalama wawa ona li toki ani mi ken alama elama mi ken alama feeling mi ken alama ken alami opana ini me yasinama tatasini Lili feeling very Kamili drum semamba tala tomo tawa li brum weka mi tawa mili sike ala mili ike amboli mi anu semme mama pakala pana nama ko tawa tempo ni isami kenala kama yo nama ko musi nasali ni boku e ale mani li ale sila sona ale ni la putri apa sina Asinila, mi oela ini mi niwe kama wawa mi wele kama mi taso tomo ni lili mi pili la pe mi wele la pela mi pali mute tan semea Yo seme li sona kama la wala Oh, nali toki ani mi ken apawa elova mi ken feeling me ken get back and let me ken patan tempo ni Kinila mi oela ini mi pipili nasani sama ni mi vila kili lama mili sike tapali ike opana imi sike kensa mili pakara Lukin o nara mi oela ini mi io mi pali mi lo da pazienza non la mia seguita la mia che si ni lo nara ni feeling really good kalama kipeken po kalama sina taso onali nasa lili mi en sinali kalama taso iyo sama tawa sinali sama ala tawa mi poki kalama nanpa luka wan luka taso nili nasa mute mi ken kalama kipeken po kalama sina taso onali nasa lili Sinä pilin pona pimute hike. Mien sinä likipisi musi. Ala tasolla mi kipisi. Vaikka läpi olin sinä lämi awen. Sike alasa e apiani. Ipini utala ipini lon tempo ale. Olin nilina sa mutela. Sina toki e nimi awen yan pona. Ipilin pona tani olin nili weka. Sama Pimeya likamalon Waso daso lampo katelo Likalama hepilin nona tawa laso kalama waso pimeya likamalon Waso daso lampo katelo Likalama hepilin nona tawa laso
toki ikemute miwi le ala kute nililon tempo wan ala taso miwi le panakin a opini nililon la bisona etoki tansina Sina otoki ala eni Sina wile utala emi Mila sina toki mute Tasomi wila ala kute Osona tempo pini La mi wila oli lesina Mi lukin kasewi tawa sina Mi sona sina Mi pali elawani Kute yaki Sina ike Mi wila ala lukin eni Mi sona sina tawa sina Mi sona sina tawa sina Mi sona sina tawa sina Mi sona sina Sina weka elon le Mila ona lilon ini Na sina liyaki mute Bilin bili awen ike tansina Biwile tawa Sina la mi pili nasa Mi lukin tasewi tawa sina Mi sona sina Mi pali elawani Kute yaki Sina ike Mi wila ala lukin eni Mi sona sina tawa sina Mi sona sina tawa sina Mi sona sina tawa sina Mi sona sina Mi lukin tansewi tawa sina Mi sona sina Mi pali elawani Kute yaki Sina ike Mi
Kama o kama, mokuli kama, sina tawa tomo mila pime ali open, o toki e pile, seme lilon wile, sina kenyo eyo alepi wile sina, o wila ala weka, o awen lon insa, sina wile weka lami kama pilin ike, tantoki mila sina wile lape, super lape sina liko pona lilon boka.
Sina kamala, nili pona,
Anuseme,
tomoni, nipona ala pona,
tawa sina,
lupa tomo, niwila ala open,
wile ala,
sina wile la, sina kenawen,
lon tenpo ale, pilin la pepona, sina pilin seme, sindi kama ala kama tawa wawa sina, ala anuseme, nili ike ala, sina pona tawa mila ni otomo sina, seme la sina wile kama weka, pona ala lide on insala otawa ala, awen taso li awen sina, moli li kenala, don tomo mi.
Sina kamala, nili pona,
Anuseme,
tomoni, nipona ala pona,
tawa sina,
lupa tomo, niwila ala open,
wile ala,
sina wile la, sina kenawen,
don tenpo ale.
Ana maya mi wile takini, oilini, open oilini, kon sawi panna sonani, mi wile sonani, ke takinasi seme lami aunt nana takini, tenpo sike lete la, sina sitelen, sina panani, tawa mi pona tawa sina, tempo nila mi paglapini, mi toki lona mwile orincina. I'd like to think, I'd like to think, I'd like to think, I'd like to think that I love every letter just as equally, but I've been putting you and I together extra frequently. Just a couple questions have been eating me alive. Are you shooting me those eyes or are mine deceiving me? Last time was a movie, baby, can we get a sequel please? And can you save a seat, cause next to you is where it needs to be. Summer full of butterflies, I don't have an appetite. Niken alla pakala, that's some way to talk again to you and I's a passing thought of mine that I cannot deny. But something in me says it's chemistry, it isn't rocket science. Pencil in whatever, we can do whatever. You can name whoever, guarantee that we could do it better. Pana Masewin could be on pona in whatever weather. Toki lonely kama sona sina mi li wila nasini. I'll get 100 pens to fill 100 pages, write as many letters as it takes to get to know you better. Måste mila ona maya mi wila takini, oilini, open oilini, kon sawi panna sonani, mi wila sonani, ke takinasi seme lami aunt nana takini, tenpo sike lete la, sina sitelen, sina panani, tawa mi pona tawa sina, tempo nila mi paglapini, mi toki lona mwile orincina, tabanuli waso, tabanuli sike, sina mi ala, tabanuli ike, wabitana, ala mi sana, mi kanana sina, kapitana, cover where we go, baby I propose, crystal clear water, and so wish we could tow it, dust mountains, up, down, bouncing, you can pick them out with your fingers like the clouds or something, you describe as what you're fantasizing when you're passing time, the thought of getting back in tracks with you is what keeps it back aligned, the back in time is where half of mine is active on the day-to-day, got your rage ways to keep your brain awake, and I can wait to share a rainy day without a passing thought of data rates, or how to schedule a train station date. I got another letter from you, said you made it recently, hope you make it soon, I'd love to see you, baby, wake a ton of monster mila, ona maya mi wila takini, oilini, open oilini, kon sawi panna sonani, mi wila sonani, ke takinasi seme lami aunt nana takini, tenpo sike lete la, sina sitelen, sina panani, tawa mi pona tawa sina, tempo nila mi paglapini, mi toki lona mwile orincina,
takaru seria.
Siinä taso liikenteeli ei pilini. Siinä kentässä pona ei jo pona tawami. Jan ante ja leli kennalla jo ei pilini. Olin mili siinä taso suno piloni kutemi. Tenpo ale pisona siinä lami wile tokieni. Mi oline siinä. Suno lili okuteeni. Opana ala etelo tankin siinä. Siinä pilin ikelami pana eteloa. Lompoka sinä lipana ei ale siinä. Suno piloni okuteeni. Tenpo ale pisuna siinä. Lami wile tokieni. Mi oline siinä. Suno piloni kuteni. Tenpo ale pisuna siinä. Lami wile tokieni. Mi oline siinä. Mi pona ei ale siinä.
wili ena sin sina wili kuruko yan sina wili moku pona sina wili yo tomo sina wili ari mila kuru kuri lona sina toki 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 sina wili ema nina ni ike tawa sina wili ena sina sin ike tawa sina wili ari mila kuru kuri lona sina toki 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 tempo cámaras naparitas tempo miras toki toki riki when we receive tempo cámara opari sina wile ekiri ni kapai sina pali ni wile tempo rikamata sina wile alila kuru nona sina toki 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 sina wile kuru yana lelo poka sina wile eni yani kiri tawa weka sina wile alila kuru nona sina toki 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 tempo niras toki toki riki when we receive tempo cámara opari sina wile pakarata so kuri wile ala onali wile taso awu wile kinona sina wile ali mila kuri lona sina toki 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 sina wile ini toki taso toki lipini ala kuri awe toki la sina tawa te kuri la sina weka taso kuri awe toki 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 toki
Lawami li utala li alasa nasimpona selomi li pakala lukini lonyasima kalama mikepeken toki nasa toki mi lipakala lukin mi lonyasima cielo ikela miken ala
Can you hear this though? This one, this one. Is it too loud? Is it too soft? Oh, mom. No, 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 no. I need to like prepare some stuff before. Hmm. Pilin, pilin sa yellow. Pilin, pilin, pilin. Hi. Wait. Wait, it's gonna die. What the heck? Wait! Is it okay? Is it okay? Test. Sending mono. What? How is it? How is it? Still the same. Frig. Can I like change the name or something? Okay, let me disconnect a bit. Why? Still same, it's still same. Oh, mom. Is it any better? Bro, why? 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 How to increase buffer size, bro? Wait. Now I gotta be late for a heckin' hour, bro. Okay, let's increase the buffer size. Hey, let's increase the buffer size. Ah, okay. Nice. I just increased it to like 352 samples, so it's a little bit good, I guess. And by the way, where? Okay, fine. There's some music. What the heck? Oh. Oh, okay. Okay. Testing. Yeah, testing. Did it throw my voice though? Okay, I'm gonna try lower the level though. Is it good? Is it good? Wait. Ilosasi. Okay, I will like. Is it good? Is it good? Is it good? Hello world! Hello YouTube, okay. Oh, thank you! Okay. Oh man. Did you say that I am really live right now? So, okay. I'm going to go with this right now. So, hello, this is me. It's Tanijelun. I'm Tanijelun, if you like to call me that again. So, okay. I'm talking about what were the things I was like doing with like what I was translating back then when I was like learning toki pona. It was one of the things I first translated back then after I just learned toki pona. And well, talking about that, talking about other things, I was like trying to get everything across, and it now it's getting late, so I'm sorry for all the mishaps that had happened in life. So, yeah, let me just ask, am I, yeah. So am I visible right now? It's good, is it good? Wait. Let me. Okay. Okay, so let me get back to that. Man. So, all of that aside, these are the things I had translated back then, and since like 2017 or something, I liked Hatsune Miku, and her songs have like helped me go through everything, like maybe some sadness or maybe some joy, but he has been a big part of my life, and that's one of the things I first translated with Toki Pona. So I'm going to maybe you have heard something about the instrumentals of the song when I was like testing what I'm gonna show. I was like testing with audios and stuff, but you probably have heard it. If you know it, it's gonna be Tell Your World by Casey Livekin featuring Hatsune Miku. You know that, so it was one of the things I try to translate, as I've said, and this song is a little bit good. It's really good, to say the least. Like it talks about wanting to having people want to say something, want to send something into the world. So like tell the world what you are capable, what you're willing to give. So it's an interesting song to think about, and I like that. And I like the song because I like some electronic music stuff. So it's interesting. So I guess I'm gonna start testing that, showing that then. Okay. I'm going to sing this in a live performance because I really not prepared anything. I haven't really prepared anything to do with that. So, okay. Here we go. Nice. I hope I can remember the lyrics, so. Pilipisi la mi wile awatona when I see people. Okay, freak it. Okay, let me do that again. It was too low for me, but okay, I'm gonna do that again. Freak it. Sorry. Let me do that again. Sorry. Pilipisi alam mi wala awasona weka nasir para pilit selomi kalama musi lami wila kamayo ani milo pelimi lamilo tawa mi alili parawa sewi nudimi ko kita wasinala iyapi wila
Sa lipi ko ay wala sulili sa mata o sila. Kalaot rin, kanatawa luka, loon sewi, kalat, pali tenpo kalama musi. Limila alela, liyo tawa ni aneli tawa sewi. Iyo bebe na to, tawa sinala. Iyo bebe na para tawa sinala. Iyo bebe pali elinya, likay tawa maweka. Ni bebe na to, tawa sinala. Na pati na para tawa sinala. Linya mo telipali sike wow. Alali ka matawa sinalo sinala. Suno ale, ante ala, na toki utala ala, mi toki sa eni suno liya pona tawa ona, tenpo lili sa kama pitami, litawa mamusi, toki mo tawa mapi, sinataso. Yo será le pibile tokila, yo será le pibile tokila. Yo le modeli pani elinia, ni kalama suli, tawa weka. Yo será le pibile tokila, kalama será le pibile tokila. Ni modeli pani sike wawa, aleli tawa na lo será.
Ipakala lili.
Oh, kita masina.
My God. Now, I wonder if I work that out. Okay, may pakala lili, may... Taso, may kama... may pana kalama ni tawa sinamutya. Nilipona. Well, that was the songs that I want to create. I didn't create that, but I translated that. But maybe someday I will upload that on my YouTube, which is this. Okay, my YouTube channel yan, Tanijelun. You probably have noticed that I've uploaded some songs since I've debuted last year, and I really thank Suno Pona for this opportunity. And also, if you will, you can also follow my Blue Sky account. Nah. You can probably follow this if you want to, but I'm going to my Tokipona account right now. It's my... Okay. So, here's my profile. I just promote my covers right here. And also maybe my opinions and Tokipona and such, and how I despise Twitter and all of that. But I guess you can just follow me here also. And one bonus thing, I just remember somehow later that after I planned apparently it's later than another. I don't know if it's earlier or later, but well, it's called Mantra Hujan by Kobo Kanairu. I was like watching her live stream and he just sang this song. It got me interested in that. So I guess I just have to cover it again. Okay. Here's the lyrics, so that I won't have messed up this one. Okay, we're starting. We'll open up. Otoki tawas dari suli o seli amaala. Open up! Bilon tomoni, pikalama ala, iyo ike muteli kamali itawa. Mi pilin mutaso, mutaile tawa ala. Mi open lukin sewi, telo lili kalama, litelo ema. Ato kisama ni otawa Otawa maale toso mi lon la pemutela iyo lipalipidi ala mi tawa ala ike mute mi pakala iyo pini ala telo lipini ala toso mi awemu lompo kisina mi toki tawa seli sulila mi seli tenpo suno sida weka toki utala nilelalon se vipili sina mi toki tawa seli solia mi opere lipu sinsina mi Tanijelun mi opana kalama musi tawasina opana pona tawmia Opona mute. Mi pini. Pona tawasin ha?
no nila mi kama moku tampili na pea wile ante wa wali kama tero suli la mi tawa kala ta solo maki da mi wile tawa wile ni la mi kalama non te lo pilon sina pilukin sina lamalitan sina likama tawa sina kamali tawa mila mi para tawa sina pili mawalon insa o awen ala insa onalitan sina only pona sina duka waso sina sama pilin sina mi wile sina 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 du mi wile sina 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 kamaluki ope 1 2 ma sama sitelen la penilika malon no kamili awen pa lisa o luka emila na lisa makon yalo wile sonabo na ige nambako lukin ante limama e alesina allora tempo primea wile suno limpini mi weka e filina pea toki e nimi sina lukin sina lamanita sina likama tawa sina niwile sina 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 numi wile sina 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 likama ken pakala anu kama ken se wila likama wile alante nila mia weka e sina tan seme te lo suli la mi tawa kala ta solo makina mi wile tawa wile ni la mi kalama non te lo pilon sina allora tempo primea wile suno libini toki insami li sike mi querer
sona la sona eni malika malete la ake sili ken maeona iken given ma suli lupa o sama sona no semeni sina suitani iwile ala siteleni nazo sina la saeni iwile ala toki eni nazo sina wile sona emi sina lukin seme emi
mi lukin e oko sina sina layan lili mili sama weka la ona lili daso mi tawa utala moli lilon ala lon bokami ale pibi moli la ikeli tawa ala tawa mitani olukina ala mani limon suta semela mi bakala mi yantaso la mi wile tawa tomo mi lona la mami la tempo mutelilon mi yantaso lon la mi wile awen daso mi awen la lukin piolin miliken mi yantaso daso semela kiwen likama munwawa semela seli likama suli semela yan likama monsuda semela telo likama sewia semela wile likama ike semela yan likama monsuda semela kiwen likama munwawa okonaemi
Toki, I'm Sostra, one of the organizers for Epiku Epiku. This was just a demo of Yantaso, so if you want more translations like this, let us know in the comments or join the Discord server and contribute. Also, special thanks to the amazing John Jekko of the Hamel Translators Project for joining in and helping us with translations and backing vocals.
Yan pona tu li tawa noka lon mapi kasi suli. Ona li tawa noka mute li kama lukin e kasi pi suli nanpa wan. Kasi suli ni li pona lukin mute, taso ona li monsuta lukin kin. Yan wan li lukin luka e kasi ni.
Toki a mi yan niwe. Mi wile toki e alasa suli mi pi toki. Toki a mi yan niwe. Mi wile toki e alasa suli mi pi toki pona. Alasa ni li seme, li wile e seme. Alasa ni la, mi wile sona e io suli tu. Toki pona la, yan li ken sona e toki nasa seme. Nanpa tu la, yan li kepeken toki nasa seme. Nanpa tu wan la, yan li seme lon sitelen pona. Nanpa tu la, yan li seme lon sitelen pona ilo. Alasa ni li lon toki pona taso. Tawa io tu. Nanpa wan la, ni li kama e ni yan li sona ala e toki in li la, ona li awen ken pana e pilin ona. Kin la, nanpa tu la, yan li sona ala e toki pona la, ona li ken ala pana e sona pakala ona. Mi pali e alasa ni e sitelen ni pi alasa ni tawa seme. Nanpa wan la, mi wile sona e io mute pi toki pona. Mi wile sona e io mute lon ale. Nanpa tu la, mi lukin e kulupu la, mi pilin e ni. Mute la, io li sona ala e ni. Io pi mute seme li kepeken nasin ni. Io pi mute seme li ni. Seme li ni, ni li ken ala ken pona. Toki pona la, alasa tu ante suli li lon. Alasa pi kulupu linku, li toki e ni. Yan pi mute seme li kepeken nimi. Alasa toki pona census, anu alasa道本与普查
道本与普查
li alasa e ni. Io li toki pona la, ona li seme ante. Taso alasa ala li wile sona e ni. Io li seme lon toki pona. Nimi ala nasi. Yan ale luka wan li toki lon alasa ni. Yan ale wan li toki lon alasa pi sitelen pona. Tan ni yan pi mute li sona ala e sitelen pona. Yan mute luka tu li toki lon sitelen pona ilo. Mi alasa e wawa pi toki pona. Lon pilin ona. Yan io mute li pilin e nanpa tu. Nanpa tu la, mi alasa e nimi anu. Lon kulupu nimi ni. Anu suli pi mato sili kama. Mi anu e yan pona. Kulupu li wile sona e anu sina. Mute la ni li sama nimi wile. Yan mute li sona taso yan mute li sona ala kin. Nanpa tu la, nanpa li pakala. Ni li pini la mi alasa e nimi pi tu li lon la sina ken ala ken sona. Yan mute li ken sona. Ni li pini la mi alasa e ni. Io li kepeken ala kepeken nimi akesi. Tawa sona pi sui ala. Yan li toki e ni. Kala ni li akesi a. Ona li wile toki e ni kala li sui ala. Yan li sona ala sona e ni. Mute la yan li sona ala e ni. Ni la mi alasa e ni. Yan li toki e mi mumumu, li mumumu, sina sona ala sona e toki ona. Mutela yan li sona. Yan li kepeken nimi la tula. Yan li sona. Ni li pinila mi wile sona e kepeken pi io pana. Alasa ale nila mi alasa e ni. Sina sona ala sona e toki ni tan io ante. Nila mi wile sona e ni. Sina kepeken ala kepeken e ni. Lon kepeken pi io pana la. Mutela akesi li ken sui. Nimi akesi li ken toki. Li toki ala e nimi e sona sui ala. Mi alasa e ni. Sina toki e mi a anu sina a la sina pana ala pana e nimi li. Jan li pilin pi ante mutelon ni. Kipisi wan li pana ala e a lon nasin ni. Ken la ona li pana ala tan ni ona li sona ala pana pi nimi li. Kipisi ante li nanpa wan li nanpa tu lon tenpo. Kipisi ante li kepeken nanpa wan taso. Kipisi suli li kepeken nanpa tu taso. Taso ona o sona. Ona li suli tawa kipisi ante taso ona li awen lili tawa ale. Jan ni kepeken ala kepeken ni mi mumu li mumu. Jan ni kepeken la io li kepeken la ona li sama ala sama ni mi mumu mi mumu. Mutela jan li kepeken li pilin e sama. Lili la jan li kepeken li pilin e ante. Lili la jan li kepeken ala li pilin e ante. Li kepeken mumu anu li kepeken e mumu. Mutela mi ken ala toki e mutela kipisi ale li ante. Kipisi suli ona li tawa ale taso ona li suli tawa kipisi ante. Li kepeken taso. Kipisi li kepeken e. Kipisi ante la jan li kepeken ni tu taso ona li sama. Ante la ona li kepeken ni tu so ona li ante. Ante la sina namako en nimi kepeken la nimi e li kama sama mi kepeken wawa e ilo. Mi alasa sin nimi anu. Mutela jan li ken sona e ni taso jan li kepeken ala ni. Mi alasa kepeken pi nimi pi tu. Taso mi ni lon alasa tuan. Alasa nanpa wan la. Moku pi jan niwe pi ma osea. Jan niwe li io pi ma osea. Moku li tan ala ma osea. Jan li pilin ante mutelon ni. Io mute li kepeken ala. Io mute li kepeken. Lon tempo pi mute lili. Io pi mute ala. Li kepeken lon tempo mute. Sina kepeken ala kepeken ni. Moku pi jan niwe pi ma atea loa. Mi tan ala ma atea loa. Jan niwe li tan ala ma atea loa. Sina kepeken ala kepeken. Mutela nanpa li sama lon ni. Moku pi jan niwe pi ma palata. Ona li moku pi ma palata. Kin la jan niwe li io pi ma palata. Ni la jan li kepeken ala nimi pi tu tawa sona tu lon tempo sama. Nimi la tu la jan li kepeken lon tempo mute. Jan la ni li lon anu seme li sama ala sama io la. Ni li lon ala seme li sama ala sama ni li lon ala lon. Mute la sama lili. Mute lili la sama ale. Mute lili la sama ala. Mi wile pali e ni. Mi open pali e ni. Jan ni toki ala toki e ni mi open lon ma ni. Ken la jan io pi mute li sona ala e ni mi alasa e seme.
ni la pakala lili li ken lon. Taso mutela io li kepeken. Ni la mi alasa ni mi open en ni mi kama li sama ala sama no ni. Kin la mi alasa ni yan li sona ala sona ni. Mute lili la io li sona ala. Mute la io li sona. Yan li pilin ante lon ni io li pilin ante lon ni io mute la ona li sama ala ni mi kama io ante mute la ona li sama ni mi kama. Mi alasa io sama pi ni mi pini. Oni io mute li kepeken. Mi alasa ni mi pini li sama ala sama kama ala anu kama mumumu ala. Yan pi io pi mute lili la ona li kama ala mumumu. Yan pi mute suli la ona li sama kama mumumu ala. Kin la io mute la ona li sama ala tawa ni tu. Yan io pi mute lili li kepeken mi lukin pali ni. Yan pi mute lili a li kepeken mi oko pali ni. Mute la mi lukin pali ni anu mi oko pali ni li lon ala. Mute ala mi alasa pali ni li nasin. Mi wile sona ni mi alasa en ni mi lukin li sama ala sama lon ni. Mute la sama. Mute lili la sama ala. Mi alasa ni. Mi wile pali ni la seme li ken lon ma sama wile. O sona, mi alasa ni. Seme li ken lon ma sama wile. Ni la ni mi wile li suli lon ni. Ni mi ken li lili tawa ni mi wile. Mi pilin ala ni. Yan ni li lon, ona li kepeken wile lon ni, li kepeken ala ni mi ken lon ni. Mi pilin ni yan pi mute li sona ala alasa mi. Taso o lukin. Ni mi open, ni mi pini, en ni mi pini, en ni mi sona li lon nanpa pi sama lili. Ni la mi wile sona ni mi pi toki pona ala la. Sina sitelen ni mi ona kepeken nasin seme. Sina suli sitelen nanpa wan. Ano sina pana io poki lon poka. Ano sina io ala. Ano seme. Mute la yan li suli open ni mi. Mute lili la ala li ante. Mute lili la poki li lon poka ni mi. Mi wile sona ni ona li pona lon ma ni. Ni mi seme ni mi seme li ken lon ma sama ni mi lon. Sin la alasa mi li ken pakale li tani. Mi wile sona ni mi seme li ken lon ma sama ni mi lon. Ni la yan li ken sona pakala wile mi. Taso mute la yan li kepeken ni luka taso lon ma ni. Mute lili la ni mi nanpa li ken ni. Pilin mi la io li toki nanpa lon ni la ona li lukine io nanpa tu li pilin ni nanpa li sama ni mi lon ni. Taso mute la ona li sama ala ona li io nasa ante. Ni la mi alasa nanpa. Nanpa la yan li kepeken seme. 1, 2, mute. Ano 1, 2, 2, 1, 2, 2, luka 1, luka 2, mute, ale. Ano 1, 2, ale. Ale 1, ale 2, tu ale, tu 1 ale. Mute la nasin nanpa pona li nasin nanpa li pona tawa io mute. Nimi lala. Toki musi. Nimi lala. Sitelen ni lon seme lon sitelen. Sina pali ni la sina pona mute. Sina pali ni la sina pona mute. Sina pali ni la sina pona mute. Mute la nanpa 1 anu nanpa 2 li suli. Nanpa 2 li lady. Jan li kepeken ala kepeken nimi kin. O sona. Nimi kin la nasa li lon. Nasa li ni. O lukin e nanpa pi io kepeken. O tawa lipu linku anu lipu nimi li. Nanpa kepeken li ante. Mi sona ala e tanti ante ni sina sona la o toki ona tawa mi. Mi alasa e nimi kin. Jan li kepeken ala nimi kin la ona li ken ala lukin e alasa ni. Jan li toki e seme. Kin mumumu anu kin la mumumu. Mute la kin la mumumu anu ni tu. Mute lili la ona li toki e nanpa 1 taso. Mi alasa e ni nimi kin li ken ala ken ni lon toki sina. Ona kin li moku e ni mute la ala la ken. Nimi kin li ken ala ken ni lon toki sina. Ona li moku kin e ni ken. Nimi kin li ken ala ken ni lon toki sina. Ona li moku e ni kin ken. Ni tu la seme li pona lon toki sina. Sina kin li mumumu anu sina kin mumumu. Mute la nanpa 1 li pona. Mute ni li mute tawa ni jan li wile e mi a li. Tawa mi a li mumumu. Ni li nasa li tawa mi. Taso mi sona ala e tan. Sina sona e tan la toki tawa ni. Ni li pini la. Mi alasa e sitelen e nasin sitelen. Nasa la jan ale 1 li ken sitelen pona lon ni. Taso jan ale 2 li ken sitelen pona lon ni. Mute la io li ken sitelen pona. Io li ken sitelen ante seme. Lukin la sitelen pona taso li suli a. Sitelen ante li lili. Sitelen sui lili. Sitelen kepeken jan li sitelen kepeken sitelen pi toki ante la lili. Mute la ale li lili. Taso sitelen pona li ni ala. Sitelen pona. Jan io li ken ala sitelen pona la mi alasa ala e sitelen pona. Nimi la sina seme. Ni li nasin nanpa 1. Jan Niwe. Ni li nasin nanpa 2. Soweli kala kipi ke. Nasin nanpa 2 ilo kepin. Jan li io mute li nasin nanpa 1. Li nasin nanpa 2. Io pi mute lili li nasin nanpa 2. Ni li mi lukin ala e ni lon tenpo pini la mi awen pilin e ni li nanpa. Ni mi akesi la. Noka pi mute seme li lon. Pula noka luka 1 li lon. Taso lon la akesi li io taso e luka tutu. Io mute li pinin sama. Taso o sona. Ni li mute. Ni li mute luka tu. Taso jan ale 1 taso li toki. Ni li ken non nasin seme. Tani. Jan li ken toki e ni. Ona li ken jo e noka tutu e noka luka 1. Nimi kala la. Sike lukin li lon ala lon. Nasin pu, nasin pipu ala. mute la io li kepeken ala pilin ante tu li suli sama. Nimi mayona la ona li nanpa 1 anu nanpa 2 anu seme. Mute la nanpa 2 ni. Taso nasa sama nanpa li lon tawa nimi mayona tawa nimi kin lon tempo pini. Tempo pini ala tempo poka. Nimi meli la. Ona li sama nanpa 1 nasin pu anu nanpa 2 nasin pipu ala anu seme. Mute la nasin pu li suli. Sama la nimi mie la nasin pu li suli. Nimi namako la ona li sama nanpa 1 anu nanpa 2 anu seme. Nimi namako li lon ala li pupu. Nimi mayona li nikin. Lon la nimi namako li lon taso sitelen pona ona li lon ala. Sitelen ni li sitelen ona open. Taso tempo nila mute la sitelen kili li suli. Nimi ni ale la. Linia li lon sewi, li tawa ampa, li tawa poka ala. Lon ni. Lon nila linia li tawa poka lili. Io li sitelen seme. Mute la ona li tawa poka ala. Lon sitelen. Nimi wile. La seme. Nasin pu, nasin pipu ala. Nasin pu li suli. Suli a. Sitelen pona la. Sina sitelen la nasin nimi li seme. Mi tawa lon poka ni. Mi pinie linia la. Mi tawa lon nasin ni. Mi tawa lon poka ni. Mi pinie. Nasin. Mute la. Nasin tuan taso li suli. Nasin sama toki inli. Sina tawa lon poka ni. Sina pini linia la. Sina tawa lon poka ni. Nasin pi suli nanpa 2. Li ante pilili taso. Sitelen pona li lon nasin ni. Linia li pini la. Sina tawa lon nasin ni. Nasin pi suli nanpa 2 wan la. Ona li sama nasin pi toki nion. Anu toki sonko pi tempo mayuna. Sina tawa lon poka ni lon open. Sina pini linia la. Sina tawa lon poka ni. Nasin ante ale li lili. Nimi misi kekala. Sina seme. Sina kepeken sitelen sike. Anu nili sike kin. Sitelen poki. Ken al nili poki kin. Taso nanpa 1 anu nanpa 2. Mute la nanpa 1. Ona li suli. Sin la nasa nanpa li lon. Tan ni tawa sona linku. Nimi olin la sina seme. Nanpa 1 io pilin tu li ante. Nanpa 2 io pilin 1 taso li lon taso ona li pana. Nanpa 2 1 io pilin tu li lon 1. Pilin ale li ken suli pisama lili. Nimi lin lui la. Sitelen mute li lon. Taso mute la io li kepeken ala nimi ni. Nanpa 2 en nanpa 2 li suli sama. Nimi mute la sitelen 2 li lon. Sitelen 1 li linia 2 1. Sitelen ante ni nimi luka. Taso ona 2 li lon. Mute la sitelen pinimi luka li lon ala. Lon la io ala li kepeken sitelen pinimi luka lon tempo ale. Nili nasin nasa. Io pi mute lili li kepeken sitelen pinimi luka. Li kepeken ona lon ni taso. Nimi mute li tokie luka, 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 luka. Sina pini e kulupu nimi lon sitelen pona la. Sina seme. Sina kepeken sike lili lon insa. Sike lili lon ampa. Weka suli nimi. Sina pali e palisa nimi sin. Sina kepeken sike taso insa ona li weka. Sina jo ala e nasin. Suli la jan li io ni tutu. Ona li kepeken sike lon insa anu lon ampa. Ona li kepeken weka suli. Ona li pali e palisa nimi sin. Sina jan pinasin silami anu seme. O sona, mi pakala lili lon alasa ni. Tan seme la pana tutuli lon, pana tutaso lon. Tan ni. Mi ante e ona tan silan tawa silami, tan pakalami. O sona, yelo en laso ni li sama. Mi wile sona e nasin sewi jan. Tan ni mi alasa e sitelen pona pini mi sewi. Jan pi nasin silamin la. Ona li kepeken sitelen ni lon tenpo ale ni sewi li toki e ampa ala. Ona li kepeken sitelen ni sama nimi sewi pi toki ala pi. Lon tenpo ni taso ona li toki e sewi sama mi sona la wawa nasa sewi li lon e ma e jan. Jan tu taso pi nasin silami li toki lon alasa mi. Ona tu li sama. Sitelen ni li tawa ampa ala. Sitelen ni li tawa wawa pona anu sama. Jan pi nasin silami ala la. Pilin tutuli lon. Ona ale li. Ona ni li suli lili tan ni. Sitelen ni li lon pu. Sitelen pu li suli lon tenpo ale. Tenpo la mute lili la io li kepeken ni tu li ante ala e sona ona. Mute lili la ona li ante e sona kepeken sitelen ante. Mute lili a la io li kepeken ala nasin pu lon tenpo ale. Ila mi alasa e nasin pi sitelen pona ilo. Mute la io li sona e ni sitelen pona ilo nasin ni uksa, yusisa, mi sona la. Jan li sona e ni ona li seme. Awen la mute la io li ken lukin. Kin la mute ala la. Mute lili ala. Jan li ken sitelen. La mi alasa io pi pana mute. Nasin sitelen ni la. Io li seme tawa nimi. Ona li ken, kepeken, sitelen lasina li suli e ona ale. Sitelen lasina li suli e ona nanpa wan. Sitelen lasina li suli ala e ona ale. Ni ale sama taso ona li kepeken nasin sitelen pi suli sama li ken pona e poki. Kin la nasin pi toki pona. Kepeken sitelen pona. Nanpa tutu, nanpa luka tu, nanpa luka tu wan, nanpa wan. Nanpa wan. Sitelen lasina, ona ale li seme, ona ale li suli. Nanpa tutu, sitelen lasina, sama ni. Nanpa lukatu ni nasin pitoki pona, nanpa lukatu wan nasin sitelen kalama. Nila pinia mi pini. Sina wile e sona namakola o toki tawa mi yan niwe on ilo siko. O awen pona.
Hi everyone, welcome to my talk. This talk is titled Lon Li Lon 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 Lon, or in English, Anti-Realism, Subjectivism, and Truth in Toki Pona. Before I start, I would like to introduce myself. My name is Haru, or in Toki Pona, you could say soweli suli alu piko lete. I'm a Singaporean math and philosophy student, and my main interests are in logic, epistemology, which is the study of knowledge, philosophy of language, and logical metaphysics, which is the thinking about realism of logic and truth, and ontology of objects, which is basically trying to think about categories of objects and what it means to exist. In case you don't know what a soweli suli picolete is, I've included a helpful picture on the right. If you wish to contact me, you may do so via these avenues. I live in Singapore, so my time zone is UTC +8. So this presentation will be mostly in English with definitions in Toki Pona. It's not definitive, so I welcome disagreements, and it's not really meant to be that kind of informational talk where I'm presenting objective facts that disagreements are going to be wrong, and it's meant to be thought-provoking and not a comprehensive presentation either. So I'll be asking more questions than I might be answering in this talk, and I hope that's okay with you. There's much else to be explored than what I'm introducing here because I'm merely broaching the tip of the iceberg, and I'm giving more emphasis on things to think about after this talk that you should feel encouraged to discuss. But just to keep things related, since this is suno pi toki pona after all, I will be giving them from a toki ponan angle. So this presentation will be split into roughly 5 parts. After the introduction, which is this, I'll be talking about realism in toki pona, which is about how language has meaning, or if there's a one true meaning. After that, I'll be talking about truth. What is truth, and how is truth portrayed in language? After that, I'll be talking about knowledge. Mainly, how does how we know affect communication? And then some concluding thoughts. So first, about realism. Realism is about objectivity. Realism holds that there's objectively true facts, moral actions, correct interpretations. Essentially, it holds that there's objectively true features, or there's features that exist in a world, objectively your interpretation and your conception and everything. So if you hold realism, you hold that. Anti-realism is the opposite of that, and it rejects that notion of objectivity. So there's a bunch of different ways you can think about it, and a bunch of different ways it has been argued. So for example, you might say, like what I said, objectivity cannot exist. You might say that features only exist when recognized, which is sometimes you might see that in some arguments against realism of metaphysics. And you might see some argumentations that features are not inherent but subjective. So the features are not inherent to the objects in question themselves, but you give them the features, for example. Moving on pretty swiftly, we come to the topic of syntactic realism. So is syntax objective? Do sentences have objectively correct structure? So if you study syntax and grammar, you know there's ways to analyze the structure of a sentence, and it might be presented that there's one true way. There's a correct grammar and correct structure. So the question is whether if it's objectively so, whether it's inherent to the sentence and inherent to language itself. So some questions you might ask is, how do we explain grammatical tendencies? Because if you subscribe to generative linguistics, you might think that it has to do with linguistic conception, that's just the way the mind thinks, and inherent to language, there's going to be patterns, like something like that. Or you might ask, how do people parse sentences differently? Or how do people construct sentences differently? Is it even different at all? Who is right and who is wrong if it is different? So those are some questions you might ask about syntax. So some preliminaries before I go into this topic deeper. Like I mentioned, it deals with grammar. So you might ask, what is grammar? Grammar essentially answers the following questions, like how is language structured? What are the rules, if any, that structure language, and how do speakers use and think about language? And the way I like to put across the concept of grammar is that you can say a bunch of words and a bunch of sounds, but what really distinguishes those random sequences of words and sounds or letters, if you're writing them, from actual recognizably valid sentences that you recognize as sentences that are valid in that language. So that concept of what makes it different from just random sequences of words or sounds and actual valid sentences, that is grammar. This is what I like to say. So it can be analyzed in several ways. Don't be intimidated by the graphics on the right. So for example, you might analyze it in terms of constituency, which is the idea that you can have parts that comprise a whole, and you're trying to talk about which parts comprise what other parts. So that's the image on the left. You might know that as phrase constituency analysis, or if you a specific version more familiar to the linguist might be X bar. Or you might do dependency, which is where you're trying to talk about which parts of the sentence depend on which other parts and the relation of that dependency. So like in the right example, you can see there's the dependency of the verb sees, and that John is the subject of sees and Mary is the direct object of the verb sees. So that's just also another way you can analyze it. Or you can even do a bunch of other ways like function or cognition, or like the roles they play thematically, etc., etc. But the main idea is that you split the sentences into parts, and you determine how parts relate to one another. You identify how relations affect structure, and that essentially forms the analysis of the grammar, because you can develop rules based on that, and then you have a hopefully descriptive grammar for your language. Then you have parsing, which is the process of analyzing sentences. Grammar informs how sentences break into parts, like I mentioned, and it allows you to understand sentences, because if you know how it breaks into parts, and you know the relationship between parts, then you're mentally able to sort of do that process of taking a sentence and splitting it into the parts yourself by applying the grammatical rules, and you sort of form an understanding for yourself based on the stipulated ways they interact with each other. So you can sort of construct your own understanding of it based on the grammar. So one thing that you might want to consider doing parsing is called scope. What is scope? So if you look on the right, I have included some examples for you. So like for example, Rojas and me saw a duck. The scope of the conjunction and here is Rojas and me. So the second example, he is not a good person. The scope of not is not a good person. So the negation is on a good person, basically. Or the last example, I have not seen a red duck before. The scope of red here is duck, because that is what is modifying. So the parts related to a part are its scope, and it includes itself. And it's determined by grammar. So the scope of an operator is defined by the grammatical rules. So you might ask yourself, is there any ambiguity in this? Because I'm making it sound like there's definite rules and there's one way to do things. So consider the sentence. Flying planes can be dangerous. How do you pass this? And are there other ways to pass this? One way you might pass this is you might think of it as flying planes can be dangerous. So you're thinking of flying as an adjective for planes, and you're thinking about the planes that are flying and you're saying those are dangerous. Alternatively, you might be thinking about flying planes as in the action of flying a plane can be dangerous. So there are two ways to think about this syntactically. Then there's also scope, and the idea that scope can be ambiguous as well. Most people consider this also syntactic ambiguity. So for example, all that glitters is not gold. So you might know this guy called Bertrand Russell, and he commented that this proverb is ambiguous. How is it ambiguous? Well, for one, you might think that he's saying all that glitters is not gold refers to the entire sentence, all that glitters is not gold. So you're negating the sentence, all that glitters is gold. Alternatively, you might be saying that all that glitters is not gold means not gold, as in everything that glitters is something other than gold, like maybe it's silver or something, which you might think is definitely not what the proverb is saying. It's probably saying the first one, but keep that idea in the back of your head. So moving on, there's this concept called grammar shift. So I would like to invite you to look at these sentences here. I saw the person who he was talking with, or I saw the person with whom he was talking. If I was a billionaire, I would buy my cat a house. Or, if I were a billionaire, I would buy my cat a house. Or lastly, he couldn't lift up the weight. Or, he couldn't lift the weight up. Which ones feel natural to say to you? Is there one that you can see yourself saying? Is there one that feels weird to you? The idea is that grammar has changed over time. You might recognize the highlighted words as being part of some rules you were taught in school, like that actually you're not supposed to split phrasal verbs. You're not supposed to split the infinitive. You can't. You're not supposed to hang prepositions or something. But the fact of the matter is that even if those features were true at some point of time, they might not be true right now, because people's usage of language has just changed over time. So you might feel a bit rigid if you're trying to force yourself to speak correctly like your school has taught you. So let's think about this in terms of toki pona. Which ones are right? Is there a more correct reading? Like I mentioned for the proverb example, it seems clear that it's trying to negate all that glitters is gold. So it seems clear that that's the correct reading. But is that really so? And is there a more correct construction? Like you might say, if I follow the rules that my school taught me, that construction is correct and everything else is wrong. So keeping those in mind, you might hear people say toki pona is prone to syntactic ambiguity. So like for example on the right, you have a sentence that can be interpreted two ways. Yen li alasa e olin lon tomo. You might interpret that as one singular object of the alasa. So you might think of it as looking for true familial love. Alternatively, the same sentence, you could think of it as one e phrase and one lon phrase. So you might be thinking it actually means a person looks for true love at home, so that lon tomo is not actually modifying the olin. So that's one example. The reason why people say this is because phrases can often take on many roles, and the minimalist design makes it like that, because there's little words and like words have to double over different grammatical features. They can represent different roles and functions. Like in the example, the ambiguity here comes from the fact that lun can actually refer to both the content word, like real or true, which I'll talk about later actually, or it can refer to the preposition where it's like something like at or on, depending on the context. So because roles can change depending on parsing, and the fact that phrase boundaries can be less clear, like whether everything is one direct object or whether it's two different phrases, it might present itself as syntactic ambiguity. But is this really bad? That's the next question. Like, people present that as a criticism to toki pona. So if you subscribe to syntactic realism, it suggests as a correct way to parse and construct. Is it the speaker's job to form sentences without syntactic ambiguities? So like, is it my job to pick the least ambiguous way to put the words together? Or is it the listener's job to resolve ambiguities? Like, can the speaker just say anything they want, and it's my job as a listener to try and piece together what they are saying through the ambiguities that has been formed in their sentence? So whose fault is it? Is that a fault? Sounds pretty bad to say that it's someone's fault when there's ambiguity in the language. Is it even possible to do this anyway? Can I know that it's possible for me to form sentences or to resolve ambiguities myself? This is a pretty strict way of thinking, so I'll talk about it more later about this kind of thinking, and whether maybe it's necessary that instead of thinking about it like this, that we change the way that we think about language and we think about syntax. If it's harder to avoid syntactic ambiguities, and if one must decide between more syntactic ambiguities, like if the language is more minimalist and there's more syntactic ambiguities, is that bad? Is a good language one without syntactic ambiguities? Like, there's a lot of log lengths that present themselves as having a one-to-one translation between the language itself and the logical form, which is it's another way to analyze the grammar. So they're positing that it's there's no ambiguities in that manner, there's no syntactic ambiguities. Is that a good language because of that feature? So I want you to consider this. Natural languages are often rife with syntactic ambiguities. Like in the English examples I presented, those had ambiguities, and you see ambiguities yourself all the time. So why is that so? There's this thing called the principle of least effort, which I'm going to abbreviate as PLE. Speakers are lazy. They don't want to work harder than necessary. They don't want to put in more effort to say more words, to think about more grammar. So because people are lazy, use evolves to require less effort for understanding. So as long as I understand you, if I can use less words to get away with it, I will, because I'm lazy. And syntactic ambiguities often survive or often increase because of this principle. So I have cited a few stuff for you to look at if you're not convinced about this. Like I mentioned, this operates on the fact that I'm communicating just fine with you. We both understand each other, so the fact that I'm being more lazy doesn't really matter. Are we justified in calling languages bad in spite of this, even though we're still understanding each other? Or like I mentioned, should we change how we think about language? Which I'll talk more about later. And lastly, can the same be said for toki pona, a constructed language? Because when you come to think about a constructed language, the fact that it's constructed makes it feel like maybe you can't argue this way because it is constructed. But people always say that toki pona is a living language. But is that really so? I don't want to take that for granted. I don't want to assume that. So the questions I have to ask: do we follow the syntax patterns just because Sonia Lang said that out of convention? Or is it because it is sufficient to understand each other? Have we really evolved our syntax beyond just an arbitrary rule set? Or are our syntax rules still just a arbitrary palimpsest of what she had to say? So regarding grammar shift and evolution of use, can there really be a realist grammar amidst grammar shift? Because if you remember, realist means that there's objective truth, that there's, regardless of what you think, regardless of what you conceive about it, there is one objective truth. But I just said that grammar can change, that I can be lazy and just decide I want to say things differently. So some people have said maybe it's not that the grammar specifically, that specific grammar in that snapshot of time is the realist grammar. Maybe what instead is realist is the analysis and the cross-linguistics patterns, like the way that I can analyze the grammar, the function that phrases have, if I choose to analyze it as phrases, that is real. The specific instances of it is not real, but that is real. So that's one response. And like I mentioned, the idea behind generative linguistics is that they can explain that through some thoughts about linguistics, and that the way human people think about language just makes that sort of innate to language, that people structure it that way across languages. But to what extent do constructed languages conform to this realism? Because if you're thinking about languages in terms of their cross-linguistics patterns as they've evolved over time, well, constructed languages are constructed. So can I argue the same thing about constructed languages? And more importantly, do they even have language grammar shift? Because they're constructed, like I said. And grammar shift happens over time when people get lazy and change the grammar. Does that happen for constructed languages? Or does being constructed necessitate syntactic realism because the person who constructed it can define a set of rules and just say that is the correct rule? So that's what I'm going to say about syntax for now. And now we move on to semantic realism. Is semantics objective? Well, wait, what is semantics? Well, semantics is sort of like a fancy word for saying meaning. So the way I describe it is that syntax tells you whether a sentence is valid, but it does not tell you what the sentence actually says. So that's where semantics comes in, where I have like a valid sentence and the way I put it together is true grammar and stuff, but the meaning and the understanding I get from that sentence, that's semantics. So the questions I have for this are, do we give meaning to language? Or is the meaning inherent to language? And lastly, what is the nature of interpretation? So as always, I'm going to present both realist and anti-realist meaning. So I'm going to start with realist theories of meaning. So it claims that language has objective meaning because, well, it's realist. And there's a bunch of different ways you can argue this. I'm going to present a few here. So the first one is called truth conditional semantics, or specifically on declarative statements, because it gets a bit hard to argue for other stuff like modality, like would, could, should, and a bunch of other stuff. So for now, I'll just limit it to just declarative statements. So it says that meaning is whether or not a sentence is true. And it's inherent because the sentence being true is just based on the state of the world. Like, for example, if I say, snow is white, it's true. It just is because snow is white. So I can argue that it's inherent in that way. But how do we know what is true or not? Because it becomes a sort of argument where if I'm saying a sentence meaning is based on whether it's true or not, well, I might not necessarily know whether it's true or not. And some things I might not be able to know. Like if I say a sentence about something that I cannot know is true, what is its inherent meaning? Because I'll never be able to know. Another one is called expression meaning. Basically, the idea is that the meaning is based on consensus. X means Y if and only if I write IFF, that's what it means. If and only if people generally use X that way. It sounds a bit vague, but I'll explain more later. So the question I have is, what about sentences nobody has used before? Because I'm saying meaning is based on consensus and people generally use it that way. Well, what if no one has used it? What is its meaning? And what is your criteria for generally used? It's a bit vague. So like I mentioned, it's also vague that use X that way is phrased. It was phrased intentionally vaguely by Greece. So he has this thing called speaker meaning, and he defines expression meaning using this speaker meaning, which is the use X that way part. So meaning is based on intention. So when I say X, I have the intention that you, the audience, understand it to mean this specific thing. So this intention, my intention, that is the meaning of this. So when I say use X that way, it means I say X and expect you to understand it to mean Y. But the specific way you understand it to mean that specific thing is because you know my intention. Like if I say grass is green, you understand what I mean because you understand what I want you to know when I say grass is green. But that sounds a bit circular, doesn't it? Because you can argue that this is restricted by convention itself. Like, I wouldn't say grass is green and then expect you to know that I mean grass is red, actually. Because by convention, when I say grass is green, doesn't that mean that I mean grass is green? Because that's what people usually mean. So I wouldn't say grass is green to expect you to understand that grass is red, for example. So it feels a bit circular because he's defining expression meaning using speaker meaning, but now it seems like speaker meaning is defined on expression meaning. So that's where I'll end that realist theories of meaning for now. And now I'll come to anti-realist theories of meaning. So they claim that language does not have objective meaning. That's why it's called anti-realist. So it varies a bit. Some people say that the meaning varies with context. Some people say it varies with interpretation. Some people say it varies with thoughts, etc., etc. But I'll specifically focus on what's called a subjectivist take on those latter two ones. Subjectivist, I'll define that. So what is subjectivism? Well, at least applied to language, because it can mean a bunch of things, like for metaphysics and other stuff. But specifically for language, what does it mean? So for one, it's anti-realist, so there's no objective meaning. But I'm also saying that meaning is what we perceive it to be. So essentially I'm saying that the only meaning I know of a word is the meaning that I think it means. I'm also saying that other people can have their own meaning of words because it's how they perceive it to be, but I can't know of their meaning because I can't know how they perceive it. So to further explicate this idea, there's this guy called Locke, and he said this really long time ago, but he has this idea called, idea, but to differentiate the word idea from just regular usage, I'll capitalize it for you. So he says language is to communicate thought. It's pretty unoffensive. Thoughts are made of ideas, his special ideas, and that ideas are a subjective representation of things. So, they're my ideas, and like I might have an idea of plants, I might have an idea of snow, and they're my representation. And like mentioned, someone's ideas cannot be perceived by another. So the way I represent snow, you'll never know how I think of it because you're not me. And he says that words are arbitrary signs for ideas. So there's no inherent meaning, no inherent signage. They're completely arbitrary. I have picked the word to say the thing just because I feel like it's appropriate. And as mentioned, words have no intrinsic meaning. So you can see in the graph there on the right that the ideas are non-transferable. I cannot give you my idea, but I can arbitrarily say that this word signifies my idea. And I say the word, then you hear the word, and then you think it signifies this other idea. If you're currently thinking, the ideas are different, aren't they? Hold that thought, because I'll come back to it. So, are there issues with treating words as atomic, like he does? And how does communication work then? So if you remember what I said just now, that the graphic seems like idea A is not the same as idea B, so how does communication happen? So, Wittgenstein has argued that genuine communication requires knowledge of what the speaker means. So if you don't know what I mean, then you have not genuinely communicated. And if my idea B cannot be known by you, how is that possible? And because I've said that the signification of words are arbitrary, well, how do you know how I've chosen the words if you don't know the arbitrary way that I've chosen to pick my words to sign the ideas? So here's where this other concept comes in, Quine and Davidson's radical interpretation. So if you're exposed to a foreign use of language, so you don't understand it immediately, you can still understand it eventually after observing how people use it. So Quine illustrates this by this example language where there's this word called gavagai and it means rabbit, or there is a rabbit or something. You don't actually know, but he asks you to imagine that you're a field linguist and someone has said gavagai and pointed at a rabbit. So because of that, you can guess that gavagai probably means something to do with rabbit. Maybe it means rabbit, there is a rabbit, rabbit over here or something. And over time, as people keep on using that language, you keep on hearing gavagai, gavagai, and you keep on seeing rabbits, you're more and more confident that it really does mean rabbit or something. So eventually you have a collection of your guesses of the language, and they're refined over time because you can verify them, tweak them, etc. And Quine argues that all understanding is like this. So it's not just for his example language, like his fiction language, where you're in a foreign land and you're a field linguist. It's not just like that. He says that all languages is like that. How you acquire your first language, how you acquire your next, they're all like that. But of course, there's some underlying assumptions that is important to recognize. So for one, you assume that when I say something, I don't say it meaninglessly. Like in the example he gave, when he says gavagai, you assume the person who is pointing at the rabbit is actually meaning to say something about the rabbit when he says gavagai. Or more broadly speaking, you assume he had a purpose to say the word gavagai. And you also assume that what I say is reasonable for the circumstances. Like for example, if someone is learning English and is trying to figure out English through this radical interpretation way, I can't like troll the person and point at the grass and say that's a cloud, because that's not reasonable for the circumstances. That's not a cloud. I should say it's grass. So the idea that makes this work is called the principle of charity, well, for language at least, because it means a bunch of other things. But charitable interpretation is where I presume that what you are saying is said purposefully and it's reasonable. I don't know, but I just assume. But is this really reasonable? Is this assumption reasonable? It's for you to think about. I argue that toki pona begins with the assumption that language has no objective meaning. So it's inherently anti-realist. That's pretty funny, but that's what I argue. And if you attempt to fix meaning of finitely many words, like toki pona, which has a bunch, I argue that it's unfeasible. And then next, I argue that toki pona is facilitated by radical interpretation. So its function as a language depends on the principle of charity, because as I've defined it, that's what radical interpretation depends on. So by extension, toki pona depends on the principle of charity. And lastly, that the lack of intention of relevance, like non sequitur, is incoherent in toki pona. So I'll go through them claim by claim. So for the first one, I claim that toki pona is anti-realist by nature. So toki pona has established that words are signed for subjective semantic spaces. So like if you've seen nimi.li, there's Lipamanga's semantic spaces over there. So they function, I claim, as collections of ideas that words can signify. So your ideas that you determine, like for example, soweli is suitable to signify, that's your semantic space for soweli. And like ideas, they cannot be perceived by other people. Like you'll never be able to actually see what I consider to be a soweli. And Toki Pona establishes that the usage of words is arbitrary. Like if you read pu, it says right there in the preface. This is the way I use Toki Pona. So Sonia has clarified that it's completely arbitrary. Next claim I have is that attempting to fix meaning of finitely many Toki-ponan words, in brackets because that's what's relevant, is unfeasible. I'm giving a bit of a reduced argument here because it gets a bit complicated if I don't. But first, you assume each word has fixed meaning, and then you assume each way words can be composed has fixed meaning. So you're also assuming things about syntax. So there are concepts no composition of words actually means. And here I'm going to define sentence to be composition of words. Like for example, if I have two words, if I have car and I have dog, there's going to be some concepts that no matter how I've defined the ways that you can compose car and dog, there's going to be concepts that they can't directly mean. Like I can't talk about a cloud. No matter how much I compose the words, I can't express it. So if I want to argue that this language is expressive, that it can say things, I must allow my speaker to use a sentence outside of his fixed meaning. So like in that example, if I want to say cloud, I cannot fix the meaning of car to just mean cars. I cannot fix the meaning that way. I have to allow maybe my speaker thinks actually a cloud moves and it kind of looks like a car. So I'm going to say car to mean cloud. I must allow that. Otherwise there's a limitation in expressivity. And this becomes more evident the less words and ways of composition there are. So in the super extreme example I gave, there's two words. So it's so evident. So to convince you of this, because you might not be convinced, consider new learners that are referring to dictionaries like nimi.ly and Linku. They often fail to understand sentences because they're coming from the idea that the words have fixed definitions. Like they think, for example, that pana must mean give. So if you use it to mean something like to give light, for example, they get a bit confused because their understanding is that it must mean give, like I'm giving a physical object. So how can you be talking about emitting light using that word? So they're confused. And as a corollary for that, Toki Pona assumes the language has no objective meaning, like I mentioned, because it follows that Toki Pona must reject the assumptions. For a less minimalist language like English, for example, the effect can be negligible, so you might not actually need to reject assumptions in practice, because like for example in English you have like hundreds of thousands of words, so the idea that concepts cannot be expressed with fixed meaning is a bit less strong. So I'm not going to argue about that. I'm going to argue for specifically minimalist languages. And to be functional, like I mentioned, to be expressive, Toki Pona must allow novel use of language. And novel use I'm saying here is use of language that's not fixed. It's not the defined use or not the traditional use. For example, I'm gonna put that in air quotes that you can't see, because I'm not holding that that's the correct use. Speakers are allowed to decide that a sentence can express new concepts, like I mentioned, so I'm not going to fix them to concepts. And listeners are allowed to interpret new meanings for sentences, because they have to if I'm going to allow speakers to do this. Then my next claim is that Toki Pona is facilitated by radical interpretation. How do speakers know what sentences mean without objective definitions? Like I mentioned the previous objection. So speakers are exposed to and radically interpret these novel uses of sentences. So like for example, if I keep on saying the word for car and I keep on talking about clouds that way, like in my previous example, well, eventually people are going to realize that I'm saying car to mean cloud. And they can verify this over time, like I mentioned, the more I keep on doing it. Like I can keep on saying the word for car to refer to both cars and clouds, and then eventually they'll verify that, hey, actually, they are using it to refer to both cars and clouds. And then those people can now say the word for car and also talk about clouds because they are using their radical interpretation to produce the sentences. And actually, Toki Pona's communicative ability depends on the viability of radical interpretation. If you can't radically interpret, Toki Pona sort of fails because without radical interpretation, you would have trouble trying to figure out what people are trying to say because of the novel uses, because people have to use it new contexts, and if you can't radically interpret it, then you can't understand it. So because I've mentioned that Toki Pona depends on radical interpretation, and I've also defined that the principle of charity is what enables it, then as a corollary, Toki Pona's function depends on the principle of charity. Novel uses of sentences are charitably interpreted. The speaker does not immediately understand the usage, and they search for connections between the context and the usage. Like I mentioned, if I say the word for car, and I'm not pointing to a car, then the speaker assumes that I mean something by my usage of car, and they assume that when I say car, that it's situationally appropriate, even though there's no car right there. So they're looking for a connection, and they see I'm pointing to a cloud. So that's the connection they form in their mind, that the radical interpretation is that car, in this context, means cloud. And then if there's none, like if I'm just randomly saying the word for car, and I'm not doing anything, I don't mean anything by it, I just randomly said car, well, there's no understanding gain because I've just randomly said the word car, and there's no connections that you can find. Or if there is, when I say car again, you're going to realize it was wrong because I didn't mean anything by it. So recall, the novel use of language must be allowed because that's what you need for it to be able to express in a minimalist language. So they must be able to be charitably interpreted. So it follows that a lack of intention of relevance is incoherent in Toki Pona. A sentence inappropriate for the context is said. Like in the example I gave, I said car, but I didn't mean anything by it, I just said car. Well, trivially, it's a novel use of language. I'm using car to mean something in an unfamiliar way because I don't mean anything at all, so it's unfamiliar by default. But it can't be charitably interpreted because if you're assuming that I mean something by it, and I said, haha, I don't, well, it can't be charitably interpreted, and therefore it cannot be understood because if you're trying to find the connections, you can't. But if you compare non sequitur in other languages, they can often still be understood. Like if I randomly decided to say in my talk, I think oranges are cool, even though it doesn't mean anything, and I didn't mean anything by that specific sentence, you can still understand that I mean that oranges are cool. So how is this relevant to language in general? Well, there's this concept that some of you might be familiar with that is called linguistic prescriptivism. So it's an establishment of rules of language and tries to establish a standard language, and oftentimes it would establish that other versions are non-standard. Like, unfortunately, if you have been paying attention, my accent sounds very heavily inflected. Well, that's because in school, I was taught that this is a correct accent to pronounce English. So this is the standard accent. Whoops. Is that realist? Well, because it sounds like they're trying to establish as an objective language here. So it sounds a bit realist. And how does this affect languages? And is this present in Toki Pona? So some examples, dictionaries, like in the 15th century, as Middle English was progressing to early modern English, there were a ton of dictionaries and they heavily influenced and sort of cemented word usages, but specifically the way that it was used by the royalty and by the aristocrats. And then there's language regulators like l'Académie Française, and then there's style guides, like the thing I mentioned, the known conjugation at the start of sentences. Don't start your sentences with but and. And then lastly, language reform, like the transformation from 繁体字 to 简体字 well, the English, it's called Chinese Character Simplification Schemes. That's a language reform, for example. Well, if you recall the earlier objection to Locke's ideas, how does one know the signification of words if they are arbitrary? Prescriptivism aims to address this by establishing independent rules of language. So, in this case, the independent rules of language, they represent a linguistic community's rules. Like in the example, the dictionaries, they represent the rules of the royalty and the aristocrats. So it's important for sociolinguistics, which deals a bit of the politics of things, which linguistic community actually is being represented here. But that's a different talk, so I'm not going to go so deep into it, but it's important to recognize. Well, they say that meaning is whether one's rule following meets others' expectations. So if I say, like I mentioned, grass is green, it meets other people's expectations because they expect me to say grass is green and I've said it. And the expectation for the way you use the word grass, the way you use the word green, well, it checks out. So they're okay with it. So that's the meaning. It can be construed to be realist because it sort of sounds like I'm advocating for an objective truth and objective meaning based on other people's expectations. But should it really be? So let's broaden the definition a bit, because I'm going to use this definition later on. So let's say prescriptivism is preference for a linguistic community's rules over individuality. So it's important to note, as mentioned, the socio-linguistic precedence for what kind. So like if I'm forcing you to do it, or if I'm saying that you can't speak any other way, I'm outlawing it. So it's important to note there's different kinds. So I'm not going to trivialize it, but for me to talk about other things later on, I need to broaden the definition a bit. So the reason is because communities can hold expectations for rule following without formal establishment. So I'm going to drop that requirement. So one thing to note is that tokiponan resources do not present themselves as definitive. So nimili, pu, everything. Nothing says this is the correct tokipona. If you speak it any other way, you are wrong. Nothing says that. But does that mean that there's really no prescriptivism in tokipona communities? Like you keep on hearing people talking about the nasin pian mute or the nasin kulupu. Is that prescriptivism? Well, before I talk about that, let's think a bit about what this really entails. So if communication relies on my rule following, my use of language is merely by convention. I'm just following convention. Does this preclude self-expression? And to what extent does this apply to tokipona? On the other hand, is my individual use of language futile, like in the graphic that shows on the right, if the rules are determined by me and I'm expressing it because of my rules, the way I want to express it, and the community does not know about my rule because it's not the rule that they were expecting and it's not the rule that is representative of their rules, so they don't know about it necessarily. So when I say my thing and they check that expression for conformity against the rules, well, obviously they're not going to understand it. So is it futile? Because what I say will only ever mean what a community says. Am I never going to be able to be understood by others without rule following? Well, I argue for minimalist languages like tokipona, communication is unfeasible without individual expression. And in fact, I go even further to say the expectation is individual expression. So I'm saying community meaning is built on individual meaning. So because of that, I'm also arguing that the separation between the two is a little bit exaggerated. Like if you heard what I said just now, it sounds a bit exaggerated that individual expression means you're never going to be able to understand me. Also important to note, I have delimited it specifically to tokipona. Minimalist languages like tokipona, It's important because it's harder to argue for a broader scope. But you can. I'm just not going to because it's hard. So proposition, the first one. Proposition, I'm going to introduce this one to help me produce my claims. So this proposition is that a community cannot cohesively expect what they do not know of. Which sounds pretty reasonable, but I'm going to explain it. For a maximalist language, the solution provided by Kripke, which is the one just now, that meaning is based on whether my rule following fits expectations. That can be pretty satisfactory. Like I mentioned, for English, if you do that, there's not necessarily much trouble with that. Because the idea, like I mentioned, is that if you have more words and more constructions, those novel concepts are going to be much closer to familiar concepts. Like it's going to be pretty hard to find a specific concept that is not close to an established English word or English phrase. So a community could reasonably come to hold similar expectations around it. But consider, for example, a language with only the words leopard and tiger. Could that community reliably expect how members would describe a cloud? I love talking about clouds. Hope you can forgive me for that. So the same cannot be said about minimalist languages, like I mentioned before, because I don't think you could reasonably expect people to pick a word in that case. Like, is a cloud more leopardy or tigery? I don't think a community could reliably pick one. So following from that, the first claim, communication is unfeasible without individual expression. So subclaim, well, novel usage is necessarily individual expression, because by a hypothesis, this usage is new to the language, which I'm going to be talking about as equivalent to the community, because I've defined speaking a language to be conforming to the community's expectations. That's the premise I'm working on. So commitment to this usage is ultimately a personal judgment of suitability, because if it's a novel usage, the community cannot evaluate this usage, as I've mentioned by the proposition. So it's my judgment, like in the example, it's my judgment whether cloud is more like a leopard or more like a tiger. That is my personal judgment. So I pick one, maybe leopard. So if you recall, minimalist languages must permit novel usage. So if by the subclaim that novel usage is necessarily individual expression, then minimalist languages must permit individual expression. Then the next claim, the expectation is individual expression. If novel usage must be in language and language is conformity to expectation, then by the proposition expectation cannot be on usage, because then it just doesn't work. So you cannot expect expression, then what do you do? Because you still need to expect something if you're going to make it based on stuff like that. So let's expect the expression type instead. So expression type meaning conventional expression and individual expression. Well, if you think about it, if I expect you to use conventional expression, but I've defined conventional expression to be conformity to my expectations, well, then that's circular, so it just doesn't work. So clearly, the one that is not circular is going to be individual expression. So that's probably the one that people are going to expect if I'm going to reason about it like this. So therefore, the expectation is individual expression. So it follows from this that community meaning is built on individual meaning. Because if meaning is given by community practices, like I've presupposed just now, and the community practice is individual expression, well then, in order to conform to my community practice, you would need to individually express. So each individual's expression is a valid meaning, at least within that community. And because I've defined community meaning to be conformity to my expectations, a community meaning is built on individual meaning. Then it also follows that the separation of conventional and individual use is exaggerated, because it follows that conventional and individual use is not disjoint, because I've just defined conventional use to depend on individual use. So there's no strong reason really to hold the two in different regard. And it's in fact antithetic to condemn individual expression. Like earlier on I said, if you individually express, you'll never be able to be understood. Well, it's a bit wrong to say that in this case, because conventional expression depends on it. So, as mentioned, now we're going to think about the way we think about language and the way we think about syntax. So the strictly conventional view makes language contractual a little bit. Like I mentioned, it makes it sound like the speakers have a job to follow rules to meet expectations. And it makes it sound like the listeners have a job to evaluate the sentences according to the rules. So it sounds a bit weird, like I have a job to do, but it's language. And if you recall, this kind of thinking can lead to judgments about bad languages based on how well you can do the job. So if it's very hard to do the job and the language is about doing the job, then it makes it sound like the language is bad. And I argue even further that minimalist languages like toki pona are themselves an argument against this. Because if you recall the nature of minimalist languages and their implications, well, they are anti-realist for one, and they're arguing against this sort of notion based on the claims I've tried to justify just now. So what are some implications for how we teach toki pona? I'll discuss that more later on. And the traditional view, as mentioned before, is reasonable for maximalist languages and popular, like English and French, etc. It makes sense to say those sort of things. And because they are reasonable for English, French, and German, for example, and the new learners are coming from those languages, so they might be expecting that this is also how it works in toki pona. But in fact, it's not, like I've tried to prove just now. So this might be a source of difficulty that the new learners face when they're trying to learn toki pona. So a little bit of a touchy topic now. So there's this concept of nimisin and nasa, which effectively is about weird usages of languages and in fact novel usages of languages. So if I've explained that community meaning is built on individual meaning, it kind of seems like it opens up the objection to Locke again, because individual meaning is my personal belief that what I'm saying is appropriate for the situation, and I'm using it in a way that I judge to be appropriate. Well, you don't know about my judgment, so how can you communicate? But if you recall, the community's expectation is individual expression, and if you recall even further, individual expression is a personal judgment that an expression is suitable. So, like I've explained, that's sort of a belief that the expectation is to say what is personally reasonable for the circumstances. And if that sounds familiar, well, it is, because that's a stronger version of the principle of charity. It's stronger because principle of charity technically only requires that you're assuming that what a person says is reasonable for the circumstances, but I'm going further to say that the person believes that it is reasonable in the circumstances. That's a stronger requirement there. And so following expectations, which is the principle of charity, enables communication by radical interpretation, because if you follow the expectations, you are meaning something by your words, so I can radically interpret it. So if speaking toki pona entails conforming to toki pona expectations, then that justifies the assumption of our earlier claims about toki pona, which is that toki pona functions on radical interpretation and depends on the principle of charity. So I've mentioned more applications. So how does this affect teaching? Well, we often tell new learners to avoid nimisin and nasa. Many justify this in relation to the rarity of use or idiosyncrasy. Like they say, if you use the nimisin that not many people use, like in nimi.li, you see that only 5% of people use it, then I think you shouldn't use it, or something like that. Or if you use a certain way of phrasing, like if you phrase it in this specific way, people aren't going to understand you because it's not the way that the community does it. So that brings back my question: is this prescriptivism? Because it kind of sounds like a preference for what the community is doing. And if you remember, I've defined prescriptivism as holding a preference for a linguistic community's rules. And then after that, we go on to say that advanced speakers can experiment with it, which feels a bit of a double standard or a little bit vague. Like, what is the difference between advanced speakers and new learners that makes it such that they can experiment with it and that I can't? So aside from speakers who don't intend to be understood, like if they're making their own dialect or something and they're using it for themselves, aside from them, I am arguing that the difference actually is whether or not you are actually individually expressing. So new learners, when they use nimisin and nasin nasa, they are not actually individually expressing. And when advanced speakers use it, they are actually individually expressing. So the subversion of individual expression leads to poor comprehensibility, not necessarily just the rarity itself. Because, as I've explained, the expectation is that you individually express, and they are not individually expressing, so it's hard to understand them. So as mentioned, when they use nasin nasa and nimisin, they are actually either following outside conventions or they are thinking that toki pona requires convention. So for one example is that maybe they might be calquing grammatical forms, like the first example here. You might hear a new learner say, mi tawa wawa e ilomi, and they're trying to say, I'm going to charge my device. But in English, when you are saying something that you are about to do, you slide in going to, and going to, if you're trying to directly translate to toki pona, is tawa, because it means moving. So they think they need to add it there. And like I phrased it, they think they need to add it there. And it's not a personal expression, it's not an individual expression. They have added it because they think they need to, because of the grammar. Alternatively, another example is maybe they are basing the word use on definitions alone. Like if they say, I block you, I stop you from moving, I block you. Well, if you Google or if you search on nimi.ly, if you search the word block, this word pake comes out. It's actually a nimisin and people don't really use it much. So they say mi pake sina, not because they are using that word to personally express, but because they think they have to use it, because if you're trying to say the word block in that way, you must use that word. So again, it's not actually individual expression. In fact, it's the result of blindly following conventions. It's a pretty strong way of saying it, but that's what Wittgenstein says. They are blindly following the conventions, and it's not actually individual expression. On the other hand, when advanced speakers use them, they aren't blindly following, and they personally believe it to be appropriate. So for example, they might be using a nimisin because there's no other word they believe that is suitable to express what they're trying to express. And it's not because of conventions. So because it's still individual expression and it's a still personal belief of appropriateness, radical interpretation is still possible. So case study, this is really controversial, but I think it's really good to bring up. So there's this word called isipin, which comes from Tagalog, that was introduced by Kuko in 2020. And in the time that it was introduced, both Kuko and soweli Olivia have justified the use of isipin in slightly different ways, but the general gist is that they believe that it helps them express the difference between toki, sona, pilin, and isipin. So the idea is that sona is a bit too sure, like it's a knowledge, like it's a fact, like that's their argument, and that pilin is a bit too emotional. So they wanted something between that represents the uncertainty of pilin but without the emotionality. So they say that isipin allows them to express that specifically, and that's their individual expression, that's their personal belief, and you can actually see their personal belief reflected in use. So even if you don't know anything about isipin, you don't know the word and you've never used it yourself, well, you can tell from the way they use the word isipin the slight difference between the other words. So you can sort of carve out lines and you can radically interpret how they use it. So what are some pedagogical takeaways? We're still justified in cautioning new learners, but it's not because of conventional following. We should emphasize developing a sense of personal belief and expressions. So essentially the idea that you don't say things if you're not convinced that of why this is the right thing to say, if you're not convinced that this is directly expressing what you want to say. So like avoid using idioms, etc., because the idioms, you're using them conventionally, that you're bringing over from other languages. So you're encouraging personal expression over conventional following, like I mentioned. And that can take time to develop, so caution is warranted. Like you shouldn't rush to try and do nimisin and nasinasa because you haven't really developed the sort of idea of personal belief in your expressions. You're still learning about the language, so it takes time to individually express, but it's not a hard and set rule. Like, notice that it's not a hard rule that you cannot do it, that you're not able to individually express, because then, well, that's prescriptivism. And that leads me on to the next point. We should take care to not be prescriptivist about toki pona. Like I've mentioned, it's not just the idea that our resources are not presenting themselves as definitive. Sometimes when you hold a preference for community following, it can still be prescriptivist in the end. So if you're talking to a new learner and you're personally feeling that such use is not justified, well, that's good for you, because personal feeling is how toki pona works. And if you're not agreeing with how people are using words, that's good. But notice that I'm talking about preference for common use over the individual expression. If you're holding your preference for common use, which might be how you personally feel, over other people's individual expressions, even if that's justified, even if it's warranted because you're worried that they might not actually be individually expressing, for example, if you're using your preference for common use as a justification for that over what might be their individual expression, well, that can be problematic. So there's a bit of nuance, is essentially what I'm trying to say here. So now I move on to the next section. I know that was a really long section, but we're moving on to more things now. So truth in toki pona. What is truth? Well, there's multiple theories of truth. There's a long historical debate since thousands of years ago, and modern discussions have sort of centered on a few kinds. Is truth a property? Is truth even something of its own right? Well, those are some questions that people have started asking these days. So the first theory of truth that I'll introduce is the correspondence theory of truth. Something is true if it corresponds to a fact, or more broadly, if it's a relation to reality, because fact might be inappropriate in some circumstances, so people have broadened it a bit. So fact, or whatever you're holding, is an element of reality. Or some people call it a truth giver. So for example, if snow is white in reality, like in reality snow is white, so then the sentence snow is white corresponds to the whiteness of the snow in reality, so it's true. Or like in my picture example, there's a notation I'm using there that's called first order logic, but it's essentially a proposition, so it might be a different thing because it depends on what you're saying is the thing that holds truth. So the first example, the sentence snow is white, I'm saying that sentences are holding truth. In the second example, which is proposition, I'm saying that the proposition is holding the truth. Then next, there's the coherence theory of truth, which appeals to a nature of truth, which is the idea that if a system is consistent meaning there's no conflicts, there's no contradictions, if it's consistent as a whole, then it coheres and it's true. And it's true not because of anything else other than that being truth nature, like by nature, truth coheres. So if something coheres, it's true. And you can determine truth with standards of coherence. Like if you accept the system and it coheres and that's true, you can look at something else and you can determine whether it's true, whether it coheres with your system or not. Then there's pragmatism, there's a pragmatist theory of truth, which is founded on inquiry and practice. It's quite a wide range of views. There's different views that people have split off over time, and they're actually quite vociferous with the way that they justify their different views. But overall, their rough idea is that you should be free to label things as true, and you label things as true based on whether it's useful or not, or some people argue based on whether it's a result of your inquiry, or based on whether it's practical, or whether holding that as true allows you to do things. And if it does, then that's the best you can do, and true is true. Then there's pluralism about truth, which is not strictly a theory of truth, but you can construe it to be one. It's just a view that there's different ways of being true, and it varies depending on the context. So like, for example, you might hold that mathematical truth is one way and moral truth is another way, and you can hold that the different ways of being true can both exist at the same time. It just depends on the context. So it argues against monism, which is that there is one way to be true. So if mathematical truth is this way, then moral truth must be that way. Then there's nihilism about truth, also called alethic nihilism, not to be confused with athletic, which is sports. This is alethic, which is about truth. So there's a few presentations here. Like, one of them is that there's no such thing as being true, and then there's another which is that nothing is true. Like truth is some things you define that you accept that true can be attributed to something, except that there is nothing that fulfills that condition. There's nothing that truth can be attributed to. You accept that truth can be attributed to things, but you just say it's nothing. Then there's also definition of truth that lead to paradoxes. Like, for example, if you define truth in the other ways, there are things that come up like liar's paradox or Noah's paradox that are just seem to suggest that there can be no definition of truth that are consistent. So you might rationalize that since all definitions of truth lead to paradoxes, then there are no consistent definitions, and therefore there's no such thing as being true, for example. Then there's deflationism about truth, which is sort of the idea that there's no nature of truth to develop theories of, and that truth is merely expressive. It's just a way of phrasing things, and that all that can be said is of its linguistic purpose. So you're not saying that that the property of truth is really something more than just the fact that it allows you to express things. Like, for example, it allows you to say everything that Albert Einstein said is true, or it allows you to say that, let's say, Fermat's last theorem is true. So essentially, deflationists, some of them argue that the way I have used true there, it just allows me to affirm those sentences. Like, it allows me to affirm everything Albert Einstein said, but without listing everything that Albert Einstein said. Or it allows me to affirm that Fermat's last theorem is true, without just stating Fermat's last theorem, which is convenient because I've forgotten it. And it argues against inflationism, which is just the opposite idea, that there's a nature of truth and that theories of truth, they're explanatory properties of truth. So like all the other ones before the last slide would sort of be inflationism. So there's some overlap of nihilism, as you can imagine, but it's not necessarily identical, although some people argue that it really should be. But just to not lock myself into accepting any one argument about it, I've listed them as different things here. So let's talk about realism again. So if there's realism about truth, then you're sort of talking about objective truth and stuff like that. So, but from here on out, I'll be assuming that sentences are the primary truth bearers just for convenience. Again, I'm not going to try and lock myself into any arguments because there's some arguments about this, like I mentioned, the other one is propositions. So there's an argument between the two. But for this presentation, I'll just say it's sentences and don't take anything from it. It's just convenience. But just a note, this is not necessarily truth conditional semantics. I'm not saying that sentences meaning are just that their truth value. I'm not saying that. I'm just saying that the primary thing that holds truth is a sentence. And other things that can hold truth, they're called secondary truth bearers, and their truth comes from the sentence's truth. Again, there's arguments about this, but I'll not go into it for now. So, like I mentioned in the introduction to this section, is there realism about truth? Objective truth? So, but that's a bit vague, like objective truth. So let's refine our definition a little bit. So when I say objective truth, I am saying two things. The first thing is that I say the world exists objectively. It exists outside of my conception and outside of my perception. So even if, let's say, I strongly believe that snow is red, if I believe in realism about truth, well, actually snow is still white, even though I believe it is red. And the second thing is that I hold that our claims are about that world that exists objectively. I hold that our claims, by assumption, our sentential claims are about that world. So by this definition, our claim should be objectively true or false, and supported by correspondence theories of truth. It's not necessarily correspondence, and vice versa, correspondence theories aren't necessarily realism, but there's some arguments that link the two, for example. And because it's supported because correspondence theories of truth, they provide these objective relations between in this assumption sentences and reality. So these relations, they can sort of support realism about truth because it gives you the substance that you need to determine the truth of sentences about the world. Equivalently, every sentence must either be true or false, and this is called bivalence, and this was introduced by Dummett. So let's focus on one particular aspect about truth, which is truth talk. Well, what is the purpose of truth talk? Truth talk is essentially just talks about truth. Like the example sentences I mentioned, everything Albert Einstein said is true. Well, it's truth talk because I've said it's true there. So as mentioned, languages have expressions for truth, which is called alethic collocutions, which is a bit of a fancy long word. Again, alethic means stuff to do with truth and truth values, and locutions refers to things that can be said. So expressions for truth, alethic locutions. Well, what do usages of these expressions actually say? Well, one question you might have, or one question that people do have, is, are expressions for truth genuine predicates? What is a genuine predicate? Well, if you look at the example on the right here, I have totally unbiased sentence, snow leopards are cool. Snow leopards are good. Well, in that sentence, when I say snow leopards are good, grammatically, you might be familiar with this. The sentence has a subject, here snow leopards, and a predicate, which here is are good, which is actually just one way to analyze it, but it's convenient to talk about, so I'll use that to illustrate the points. So here, are good is a predicate, and it's asserting that snow leopards have this property called goodness. And it's a genuine predicate because it expresses an explanatory property, expresses a substantiative property, which is actually a thing that people differentiate substantive from insubstantive, but actually for this presentation I won't go too deep into it. So are good is a genuine predicate by this definition. But can the same be said for is true? Like if I say the above is true. Is true really asserting a property of truth for the above? If it is, then what is that property? Well, it's necessarily a genuine predicate in inflationist theories of truth. So the idea is that inflationist theories of truth, they are giving the property, they are giving the genuine property that is true is expressing here. And some argue that is true is actually not a predicate. Some argue that it's not a genuine predicate. Specifically, they argue it forms prose sentences, which is sort of like pronouns, except it's prose sentences. I've added illustration to talk more about that. So like for example, snow leopards are good, and then the above is true. Well, the above is actually referring to the sentence snow leopards are good, but it's referring to it as a noun, so it's called nominalization, which just means you make it a noun. So that's what the above means. And they argue that is true is called a prose sentence forming operator, which is basically just saying I put a normalization of a sentence next to the words is true, and it forms a prose sentence, and the prose sentence is equivalent to snow leopards are good because that's what is normalized by the above. It's sort of the same way that a pronoun pronominalizes a noun, like in here it's snow leopards, and then I have a sentence they are also fast, and they is a pronoun that refers to snow leopards, so it's equivalent to snow leopards are also fast. So it's the same thing, except that instead of a noun, it's an entire sentence. So they argue that aside from just forming prose sentences, it has no additional significance. So it's not a predicate, it's not asserting a property, it just forms prose sentences. So of note here, prosententialism is a kind of deflationism, but not all deflationists are prosententialists. So it's important to note that not all deflationists are saying it's not a predicate. Some do say it's a predicate, but they just say that it's not really expressing a property. So if you're holding like the intentionalist that is true is expressing a property, well then what is it? So if you compare the statements below, water is essential for life is true, and Sonia Lang is a conlanger is true. Well, if it expresses a property, you would expect that the property of truth has something in common. So what property do those sentences share? What property do the sentences water is essential for life and Sonia Lang is a conlanger share? Is it just that they share a property of truth? It feels a bit shallow to say that, because if you consider, when you say, like for example, things share a property of greenness, like if you say grass is green and you say leaves are green, you're saying more than just that they're all green. You're appealing to an underlying common nature between them. Specifically, you're appealing to the kind of light that gets reflected from them. You're saying that they are all within some range that you're calling green. So it's actually a genuine predicate here. But what is the underlying common nature of things that are true? So that's a separate debate that you can debate about. But now I'll be moving on to truth in toki pona. So what can be said about truth talk in toki pona? What would be the equivalent of truth talk in Toki Pona, because we don't really have specific words that mean specific things. Like I mentioned, there's no word that specifically just means truth, but we do have a word. We have a word lon, and it's very commonly associated with truth. In fact, in Nimi.li and in Linku, truth is one definition given for it. But it's arguably not really truth in the same way as natural languages. And for this reason, when I talk about truth now, for Toki Pona, I will be saying lon instead, because I want to honor that it's not necessarily the same. But well, what's the difference? And more importantly, how do people use lon? Taken as an electric locution, lon is unique, because for almost all speakers, lon is also a preposition. And here when I'm talking about how common an expression is, I'm not trying to be prescriptivist, I'm just doing it descriptively. So when they use lon, they also express a very wide range of concepts. As I mentioned, there's no fixed one definition, so people use lon to express a bunch of things other than just true or false. So how do these differences affect its function in lon talk? So the first thing, prepositional usage. For many, lon is also a preposition of location, so something like at, on, or etc. So x li lon y affirms x location in relation to y. So as such, many also use lon to talk about existence and reality. So this can be argued that it leads to an underlying common nature, because if you're using lon to talk about reality and you're saying that x li lon y means x is at or on or etc., just some location relative to y, then you can say that something is lon if it refers to something somewhere in reality. So if you can say that x li lon y for some x, then x is lon. And that's actually a correspondence theory of lon, because you're establishing some relation between truth-bearers sentences here and reality, because you're establishing that it must refer to something somewhere in reality. And it's represented by the schema here. I originally sent a poll with some of these schemata, but there was a slight oversight in that poll, so I'm not going to be including the results directly here, at least not for the schemata. And this suggests that x li lon is a generic predicate that expresses a property. Well, the property is that it refers to something somewhere in reality. So like, for example, if someone says grass is green, well, that's lon because it refers to the green grass that is lon the ground. As an aside, it's worth investigating if this interpretation of lon is realist. So if you accept that lon expresses the property as described earlier, it may be possible that x li lon y, where y is an element of conception, like for example, x li lon pilin mi, which is like my perception literally, or x li lon sonami, which is like x is in my knowledge. And it's not actually a realist world. It's not the world that exists objectively, because it's literally my perception and my conception. So it goes against at least one of the two statements. It goes against at least the objectivity part, or maybe it goes against the part where I say it's a claim about the world, because it's not about the world, it's about me. So it's not trivial to argue that it is realist. However, lon is often used for simple agreement as well. Like if you've ever heard in chat, when someone is saying something and people agree with it, they might say lon, or they might say ni lona, or they might send the lon emote. But they don't really mean that what that person said refers to somewhere in reality. They're just using it to refer to simple agreement that they think it's cool, they agree with it. So in fact, our correspondence theory might be saying a bit too much. So there's some possible responses you might have for this. You might say that it's explained by pragmaticism, which is basically saying that when you say something is lon, it's a judgment of usefulness or sufficiency. So that's the genuine property there. So you label statements as lon accordingly, based on whether you judge that it's useful or sufficient. But as a counterpoint to that, some people use lon as a discourse marker or for back channeling. If you don't know what that is, basically they don't mean anything by it at all. They just say it so that you know that they are there, or they just say lon because they want you to know that they have read your message and they would like you to continue talking. Or like if you're familiar with Japanese, you might know that people go so, and that's a form of back channeling to let you know that they are listening to what you have said. So it's saying a bit too much for that. So you might say instead it's explained by deflationism. So lon is not actually a genuine property. It is the speaker is just affirming the statement through the reference. So like if I say ni lon, I'm affirming the statement through the ni part. So the ni is referring to your sentence, and I'm affirming the statement through the pronoun, through the demonstrative there. And I'm saying that's just how lon functions. That's not the nature of lonness. Lon is just there so that I can refer to statements through references. And so if you explain it this way, it fulfills the usage as a discourse marker or for back channeling, because you're just affirming a statement, you're not really saying anything by it. It's also possible to argue that lonness varies with context between speakers. And this is sort of a pluralism about lon. And it's in line with toki pona's nature, because toki pona is all about, it's by nature anti-realist, so it's all about people having their own subjective views and stuff. And it's also represented by the fact that in my poll, when I sent the poll about how people felt about different ways of using lon, people often objected to those statements because they said that they felt that it was not globally applicable. So, like I mentioned, it's not guaranteed that lon is actually the same thing as the truth that we're familiar with, because there's some issues with that. So there are certain interpretations that can be philosophically challenging to justify as truth. Like for example, can a statement be lon while its content is not? Like you might say, if someone says something, the thing that they have said, not the content, the very sentence utterance that they have said is lon because it's lon discord, or it's a lon via mind, so it's lon. But the content, you might argue that it's not actually lon. So if you accept that, then it's a bit philosophically challenging, because that's one of the things that people say, well, not everyone, but some people say that it's a criterion for adequacy for theories of truth. So if it doesn't even hold that, then is that really the truth that we're familiar with? And in other cases, even if you don't talk about that, it's just challenging to interpret, because like I mentioned, it's necessarily a very varied word. So it's very hard to interpret it specifically and precisely to refer to our natural languages, the way that they use true. So you might think, are there other Tokipon expressions of truth? Like, what about pakalaala, which is sort of like it's a opposite expression. It's kind of like an expression of falsehood. So you might negate it and then it's truth. So you're free to explore that a bit. I'm not going to go so deep into that here. So then we move on to our fourth section, which is knowledge in Tokipona. Well, for one, what is knowledge? Like, not taking it for granted. How does knowledge affect how people understand? And how does knowledge affect how people talk? And what is knowledge's role in the process of communication? Well, traditionally, knowledge is taken to be three things. First is factive. Knowledge is taken to be of something true. Then is belief. I can't know something I don't believe in. And belief here is defined as the attitude of taking something to be true. And lastly, knowledge must be justified. So I must have grounds to believe that something is true. I can't just guess that it's true and then say that my guess is knowledge. I need to have actual rational definitions for this. So by this definition, it's possible to have justified belief in falsehood. And it's important to note that by this definition also, justified belief in falsehood is not knowledge. For example, if I have a friend that has reliably told me truth, and they lie to me, like they say, I got 100 on my exam and they didn't actually get 100, but because they're so reliable, I believe them, and justifiably because they've never lied to me before. Well, it's still a falsehood, so by this definition, it's not knowledge. Let me move on to a very specific part of epistemology and language, which is this concept called presuppositions. So if you hold this definition, when you say A knows that B, it actually presupposes B. And presupposes here, I'm talking about knows, marking that B is being taken for granted. Because of the fact that if you know something, then it can't be true. So when you say A knows that B, then, well, B has to be true, doesn't it? So this idea that what I've said marks B as being taken for granted, even though I'm not saying that B is true, it's called a presupposition trigger. So specifically effective presupposition trigger. And here it's on knows, because it's what's making the presupposition happen. So like, for example, if I say, I know you hate leeks, well, that presupposes that you hate leeks, even though I didn't really say just you hate leeks. But what is taken for granted specifically? Well, StyleMaker here offers specifically that P presupposes Q if P would otherwise be inappropriate, so like you might not understand it or it might feel a bit of a weird thing to say, if not for Q. And if Q was not already presupposed. There's actually many kinds of presupposition triggers, and there's a bunch of research into that. For example, he stopped running presupposes that he was running before that. I know everyone there presupposes that there are people there. And my cat meow presupposes that I have a cat. And specifically the triggers here are stop, everyone, and my. But not all presuppositions come from presupposition triggers. Some are pragmatic presuppositions. So they don't come from a specific word or phrasing. They come just from me saying it, or just the nature of things. Like for example, this presentation presupposes that you speak English, because if you didn't speak English, I have just wasted 2 hours. But well, what happens when a presupposition is false, which is also called presupposition failure, at least by this definition? So like for example, if I say, I know everyone on Mars, but that kind of presupposes that there are people on Mars. What does that mean? Or if I say the king of Antarctica is old, well, that presupposes that Antarctica has a king. And that often renders statements nonsensical. But the question you might have is, does it always? So I have a paper for you to see if you're interested in that. And are these statements always false? For example, if you consider I know the king of Antarctica and I do not know the king of Antarctica. If presupposition failure makes statements false, then both statements are false, which is a bit of a weird thing, because if you think about it, that means that you're saying both something and its negation are both false. And if you are the kind of person that argues that something must be either true or false, and that it and its negation cannot both be the same truth value, then that's a bit of a weird thing for you. Some people are okay with that, but some systems of logic and some systems of deduction say that that's not okay. And it's usually more natural to say that it's not okay. So the question is it okay? It's a bit of a weird thing. And a similar question can arise from a pragmatic presupposition. Like for example, soweli suli alu is kind, but haru is not. Which is a weird thing because that presupposes that soweli suli alu is not the same person as haru, but that is me, and those are both my names. So it is both the same individual. So Frege and Strawson, they propose that they have no truth value instead. So they're neither true nor false, because that avoids some of the problems there. But Strawson later revised his claim. So he says later on that the former is false, that I know the king of Antarctica is false, but its negation is true. And he says it's natural not to say this, because the sentence, I know the king of Antarctica, is not really about who knows the king of Antarctica. In fact, it's about who I know. I'm saying that I know the king of Antarctica. So because of the fact that the king of Antarctica is not the topic of discourse, which is also said as it's not at issue, so it's kind of okay to say that's just false, because the king of Antarctica, no matter who he is, even if he doesn't exist, well, it's clear that I don't know him, so it's clearly false, at least to him. And he says that it only results in no truth value if the topic of discourse is affected. So if I say instead that the king of Antarctica is young, then now there's no truth value, because the topic of the discourse is who is young. So who is the king of Antarctica is now relevant. And because there's no king of Antarctica, there's just no truth value for this, at least to him. So if you compare instead, the king of Antarctica is known by me, which is sort of the same thing as saying I know the king of Antarctica, but now I phrased it with the passive voice. And in English, when you phrase things with the passive voice, very often it actually emphasizes the promoted object. So it emphasizes here the king of Antarctica. And because it's emphasized it, people might perceive that to be the topic now. People might perceive it to be about whether, about who is known, about who the king of Antarctica is known by. So that can be the perceived topicality there. And because that's the perceived at issue thing, and the king of Antarctica does not exist, then there's no truth value. But consider this. If I say now the king of Antarctica is sitting in that chair, well, Strawson's revised view would suggest that this has no truth value, because the topic is still the king of Antarctica and he doesn't exist. But what if I'm now pointing in an empty chair and I say the king of Antarctica is sitting in that chair, that empty chair right there? Strawson's revised view would still say it has no truth value, but Laserson argues that it is natural to say it's false. That if I point at an empty chair and I say the king of Antarctica is sitting on that chair, I can say it's false. Because you can see that when I point to that chair, there's no one on that chair. So it provides perceptual justification. So you can have knowledge that there is no one in that chair. And if you know that there's no one in that chair, and I say there's someone on that chair, regardless of who that person is, you can say it's false. So it doesn't actually matter who the king of Antarctica is, it's just false. So he attributes this to the pragmatics of verification. So he says that knowledge allows people to verify a statement despite presupposition failure. If it's unverifiable without addressing the presupposition, then Laserson agrees there's no truth value. Like if I say, if I say the king of Antarctica is sitting on that chair, but I'm not pointing to any chair and you don't know which chair it's on, then in that case, he might agree there's no truth value. Now consider this. A tells B, C's dog is brown. But A doesn't know that B actually doesn't know that C has a dog, but A says that anyway. This statement presupposes that C has a dog, because C's dog is a trigger for that presupposition. The presupposition is true. C actually has a dog. But The statement likely confuses B anyway, because B does not know that C has a dog. So when B hears this, it's a bit confusing, because to them, C has no dog. So it motivates a broadening of our definition for presupposition failure. When presupposition P does not belong to the common ground, and common ground is basically that all accept P and believe that all accept P, and they believe that all accept P, and etc, etc, etc. So that's the common ground. When the presupposition P does not belong to the common ground, then that's presupposition failure. Sorry, it's a bit of a tongue twister to say presupposition that many times. But what about toki pona? Well, toki pona heavily involves presupposition. Like if you recall, toki pona relies on the principle of charity. So it relies heavily on context. How does toki pona deal with presupposition failure? Well, I claim it follows that the principle of charity is a pragmatic presupposition. It follows from it being an assumption of the language. So, similar to how this presentation presupposes you speak English, if I say something in toki pona, I'm also presupposing that you are saying something. If you recall, the lack of intention of relevance is incoherent in toki pona. So the failure of this presupposition just results in inappropriate utterances. Like if I say some random thing in toki pona, it's likely that you're not going to be able to understand it, or it's going to be really weird to you. So I claim that toki pona heavily involves presupposition. Like if you recall, personal expression is necessary in toki pona. It would otherwise be inappropriate if not for my personal belief. So that's, if you recall, our broadened definition of presupposition. So then that implies that it's a presupposition, that I presuppose my personal beliefs when I personally express, if the personal beliefs are not already presupposed. But is this bad? I claim that toki pona requires presupposition accommodation. In personally expressing, I don't assume you have my belief. But if I don't assume you have my belief, that appears to contradict our broader definition. However, listeners can adjust their common ground to include my belief. If you recall, my belief can be radically interpreted. So like if I say a sentence in toki pona, and the way I've used the word is not something that the person I'm talking to believes in. Like if I say, for example, mi soweli e moku, it's a bit weird to some people because they might not be familiar with how I'm using the word soweli as a verb there. However, if you think about it, the way I've used it, it suggests that soweli is a verb there. And you can imagine that if soweli refers to like kind of animals, land beasts, you can imagine that maybe I'm saying I have shaped the food into the shape of a soweli. Even if you didn't believe before that that is a way you can use soweli, you can believe it now that that is a way you can use soweli. You can include that into your common ground. And after you include that into your common ground, which is what is called presupposition accommodation, after you accommodate it, then it doesn't contradict the broader definition anymore. Because even though I don't assume you have my belief, you end up having my belief anyway. But it's important to note, when I say that you have my belief, it's not saying that you must have my belief forever. It's just for the purposes of this conversation, so that you understand me when I continue say mi soweli is other stuff. You understand what I mean by what I say when I say mi soweli e. Like, you don't actually have to agree with that usage, but you will just understand what I'm saying. But what if this fails? What if my belief is too controversial? What if the radical interpretation is too unrefined? Like, what if just the one time I say mi soweli moku, that's not enough for a person to understand what I mean by mi soweli is something? Then there's this thing called presupposition failure, and when that happens, then you enter into presupposition repair. And presupposition repair is a kind of conversation repair. So for example, the example I gave, mi soweli moku, presupposes that you can soweli moku. Someone could feel that this is too controversial, that you can't soweli moku, and then they might ask, sina seme moku. Like, what are you doing to the moku? Because I don't understand what you mean by soweli moku, because I don't believe you can soweli moku, for example. Is that bad? Is it bad that you have to repair if this fails? Well, Glansbert suggests that this is normal even for natural languages, that based on what triggers you have, there's mandatory optional repair. Sorry if I randomly pause, I've been sipping water because this talk is pretty long. But that brings me to the conclusion. Hopefully through this talk, you were able to see some applications of philosophy to language and toki pona. Like applications to teaching, to being able to understand the principles of toki pona, and the way that people have advised learners. They like to repeat a lot of things. I have found that when they repeat things, they kind of repeat it just on the basis that it's been working. So hopefully through this talk, you can see the philosophical justification and the reasoning for those advice. And of course, thank you for listening to my talk. I know it's been a very long 2 hours plus, but I do have a forum post in Tomomute titled Lonely Lon 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 Lon, which is the title of this talk. I encourage you to discuss and ask questions there if you have any, because the purpose of this talk is to get people to start talking about things, and I hope you do it in toki pona, but if you can't, English is fine too. Hope to see you there. Some final notes, credits, because I'm a nice person. This has been inspired by Michael Morse's An Introduction to the Philosophy of Language, Coins One and Object, David G. Stern's The Cambridge Companion to Wittgenstein, the Oxford Handbook of Truth, edited by Michael Glansberg, which I've quoted before, and some sections from the Stanford Encyclopedia of Truth. If you're interested in what I've read, the first book is actually pretty good to read, so I recommend it. And if you're wondering how I made these slides, I made them using types, using the Diet Types template. And a lot of references. If you're interested in any of them, I suggest you check them out and read about stuff. And thank you so much for listening to me yap for very long.
Mi toki e ala, mi toki la kela, mi toki pakala. Sina pali sama, li toki e ala la ala li tawa. Mi mute li pili ni kali, wile kamayo e mi sike ta soso na mi la sona sina kila wilete ponila mi toki e ala. Mi toki e ala, mi wile ta so mi o ala e pona e wawa mi pili pakala li toki tawa mama mi ta so ona li sona e lawa mi ala li wile e pona mi ta so ona li sona ale ali li sona ala e tempo pini mi mute kutele ona li pini. Sinalon tomoni, sino kama poka mimi otoki. Mi lukin na ilo toki, li wile lukin na si pipi konoli. Mi awen li pili na aleli, kena la lape alake la aleli, paka la aleli, ante a aleli kama ike. Kena yan li pili, nani ano sili, sona ale toki tawa yan ante tanimi, toki tawa ilo toki ala tawa simpi. Kena ilo toki lilo elao mi. Pakala mi otoki, pakala mi lonoli. Mi canala awen lon tomoni, te poni la wile la mi pale iosi. Sina wile kama sona mi okuteni, mi wile toki ta se pili mutemi. Mi wile pale pone lon supeni la tepo pini la mi muteli. Toki musi toki sona mi la aleli ken pakala. Loni la mi mute tawa, wile mi la sina pilin sama. Wile kama pona, wile tawa ona, wile kama sona, kono nota sola, mi otoki seme likene, olimpita popini sa mele mi sikeke. Otoki, wile la lon temponi. Otoki, otawa weka tomoni. Okala, mawawa, la pakala liala, likama, lilila, ona liken kute ute sina otawa. Mi toki ya ala, mi toki la kela, mi toki pakala. Sina palisama, li toki ya ala la ala li tawa. Mi mute li pili ni kali, wile kama yo mi sike keta. So sona mi la sona sina kila wile te ponila, mi toki ya ala.
Len e sieloni, la miken ala ledeni. Kalama nasa utami. La minasa, mila mimi ala. Utala minasa, lipakala wawa. Miyota so elen meli, sina lukina la emi. Milen lot kuluku suli. Milen lon a. Utala minasa, mila mimi ala. Utala minasa, lipakala wawa. Milen elot biselomi, la mi pili ikelili. Miemi okamamoli. Milen lon a. Utala minasa, mila mimi ala. Utala minasa, lipakala wawa. Milen
toki suli ni olaba 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 mi pilin laba olaba
sinali ampa toki mige pekeni dwala Niwe tawa mune sinaole Mio selela mi seletawa Sina La wala so Lempi mi tuli sui mute Jansewi muli poke ona Jansewi muli poke oli La wala so Mun ensina
Lanpan mo kupan Lanpan lami pilin yan li sonaletan Yan li wile ala pana lami wile kama Lanpan mo kupan pan Mian lanpan liken ala weka e wile lanpan Yan pipoka mile open mo kulami o lanpan Yan o lukin eni ante ona li kama lukin Lami moku e moku ona hali toki eni Lanpan moku mili moku lanpan lami yan nanpawan moku liwe katan yan la moku nili kama pona lanpan moku pan nasin pona pilanpan moku linio kutea sina o kama lanpan tenpo taso pimeya taso lao lanpan ala e moku ale ante lao hawene pokila yan li kama lukine Lanpan moku pan Ni moku pona li weka pokili ya wenlon Wile ni pilan pan tasolitan nasin pona waso lanpan moku pan Esun moku la moku mutelilon supahale Sina ken alan pan e ona olen kepeken len Yan ni lukin ala la sina ken tawa wawala Moku mutelilon la ni li pona la pona Lanpan moku pan Eson like peken mani alalami pona Nasin lanpan nila yan liken alapini lanpan moku pan Sina lukin nila sinaken kama sonani Tomo moku lilon nili pana epoki suli Sina kulu pupilan pan pona la sinaken ni Sina tawa epoki pimoku muteliken ni Lanpan moku pan tawa pipoki sulili pona atawa mi Lanpan moku pan Mi olanpan pan suwi kopoki moku soweli telokili kowalo panielo Ijazer lehaui sui soweli moku nasa moku ponaikin koloya kosuwi Lanpan
Yan lape Masewin kalamani Oluki kenya sewi pikamasin Kazi kuleli hawan he Yan sunlape Waso suli kalama o lukin e sewi pikamasin. Yan palili hawen he, yan lawas lape, waso sewili kalamani, o lukin e sewi pikamasin. Mama lili hawen he, yan yeslape, waso sewili kalamani, o lukin e sewi pikamasin.
Kasipute, lipu
Nililon tawa mi Yan nili Weka tawa ma ante Asosina No nilon po kamila Kalama ni sama kiwek sama yanda So tenpo nila onari Kama kalama musi Pona kalama musilon poka iyo lilinasa
Suno li hopen lonsewi Mi pana he kalamasina Pihokosina Pilukasina tenpo musi Hami pilin wawa holin likama Hami kamalon pokasina
Lakin
Onari musi tempo pinei ala. Sina fida la kute ni non tempo suno. Onari akesi ala de ike ala onari musi de tamitaso. Nili tempo pimeya, nili pimeya lo ma sina kanala. Kutei kalama, jalanteli napeta mi sitelen io, mi vile sunaini. Onari semelon, tempo kamala kelami avene kalamani. Kelami pali e pili ni katava mamami. No kamiri kivenala, no kamiri kotaso. Pili miri suviala, pili miri kiventaso. Miken pilineale, miken piline pilin sinai. Kon sinai oli sinai kalama pin grupu sina mi vilela. Onari tempo pimeya, tempo sunori kamatava la mi vile vava alla nili nimi mutea. Koko mili lojakin, lava mili jo ala ei vava onari ike, nili kuule ala. Munta suli ante valo, mi vile mutte läpettä sobi jo ala ei ilo, lava pie suno. Openi lupa nimi vile moku ei parissa moli, no tempo nimi vile mutte moku. Mikänä läpäni ei niillä tempo kamala mi pana weka, elava mi. Ondri buseli taso, no tempo pimeä. Ondri tempo pimeä, lava valitava weka. Kuule pikasi kivän kellä soa nova lomi sona lai karabani. Kellä ona livaso, hienponali läpe. Ja nasa nili sitelen, mi vile palieni. Ta solo nasi seme, mi moku ei kili. Onari ike pääkäällä, mi moku et elu valo. Onari pona mamma. Mi pilin vävällä, mi vile ei läpe, mi mosu tali älä suvi. Onali musi ante soweli suvi mi. Lyläpekin, miri do tempo pini. Lyläpekin, taso milon supera linja milinasa. Mi o ala ei moko, mi vile alasa, mi moku ei alala. Mi oli don tempo kamala, no kaen luka mili lete. Eve kanta sebi mi, mosi miri lukin e con lasso. Tomo moli jämpämällä mi anala taso. Mi vile ala ei nila, mi vile la penon tempo ni mi vile lukin sike. E suno yellow, onde con nasa taso, le suri yala. Mi kamala pe. Akesi ala ampa supa mi pilina la lete non nen la pe mi kute i kalama. Unanu ja liseme. Unari seme. Oh, unari soweli mittasso. Sinä vilalla villalla pikin. Oh, kamattava mani. Niri mä vantava siinä on supami. La pepona, oh, soweli suvimi. Ondri busili taso, no tempo pimeä. Ondri tempo pimeä, lava valitava weka. Kuule pikasi kivälli, kellä soa nova lovi sona lai karabani. Kellä ona livaso, hienponali läpe. Ja nasa nili sitelen, mi vile palieni. Ta solo nasi seme, mi moku ei kiri. Onari ike pääkäällä, mi moku et elu valo. Onari pona mamma. Mamma.
Opetoala, opilin pona, sinäkin wawa, misona sona. Opetoala, opilin pona, sinäkin wawa, misona sona. Ekon, opilinen pona niin, ikeli tawa. Anpa käsillä, sinäkin läpe pona, opilinen koin. Jään alali loon, sinäkin lukinema, sun oli wawa. Niililoin pona, kulukuli poea. Hasoli pona. aleli pona o kon. Mi sona eni sina ikelon. Mi wile ala e pakala. O tawa ala. Tenpo kamala aleli pona. O ike ala e iyo lili nasa. Mi sona eni sina kenyan wawa. O tawa ala. Ekon, opiline ponani, ikeli tawa, anpakasila, sinaken lape pona, opiline kon, yan ala lilon, sinaken lukin suno liwawa, nirilon pona, kuluku lipoea, taso lipona, lipona.
Kama mimute sona alaya o sona eni halili pakala o sona eni mimute liwa sina kan pekan e pona tasala on pilin monsuta ala tani kamala wala Kama O kama yan linya Pilipon toki O peneoko O toki eni Mimutelikan ala pinin Mimutelikan pinin suli Ona mutelikan Hilin monsata tani kalma wala nikama o kama yan lawa o kute wawa mi wile eni o pake alaha e kulapu sina e kulapu wawa ona likan pana e utala sina pakela sina on pilin monsuta tani kamala wala nikama o mama o kama mama mudzea o lukin sona sina lima yunaha Yan lili sinala o awen isin o nalikama wawa o pon e awen ano toki ala tanikama la wala nikama nasin ikela aleli pakala mi wile eni mi muteli pakala e nasin poe e nasin ohue mi toki eni kono mi ansina likan kama ponan sani kama la likama
Ceci n'est pas une guitare, ni li kalama uta.
I've been in the game for a year now. To a little while, but I'm here now. Showed them what I had, this little war, did a bad to the hell, didn't think it wasn't clear how. Now I'm coming back on the mic, the studio one, that's right. I was in the dorm, back in the home base with the amp simulator on the Vox that I made in the delay time. I'm making bacon a business they ain't even heard of. I only stumble over my words, trying to explain to half of a third of what kind of world I'm living in terms of now. Even they want me to get the word. 137 to be unexact, they think it's crazy I made that work out. Brains getting blurred out. On top of the lyricism, yeah, I'm at the beast here. Top of the line before they even complete it. Go ahead with the tuna boy, I don't even need it. And on top of the quality, I still feel to speak with. Don't care if I blow up, that's how I eat it to keep it. If I'm being real, I still don't fully believe this. But Jesus, would be a good rhyme if I said the name that way. So I gotta go meta. Hardly would be my song if I didn't. I know the way I write, and I would've dodged that shit if I didn't know better. But y'all elite and I don't dodge evidence. I'm too busy here setting precedents, getting a bit excessive like. Manila, mikan kalama, suli enemy, sama wawa, sama pipi, sama mama, mama miliken kuteni, dancing pian mutela mina sa taso ala. Tasamani likamatawa mi, toki soweli likamatawa mi, sona mute likamatawa mi, ioni lipona tawa mi, lukin mi la mi ke monsuta tempo, pini la kani lilon ala. Nila, o yan pi awin toki lawani mi, o awin lilisama ni ala sina kena la lukin mi, ka mapilina ni sina lon ala lon tempo mi nila mi ke weka sona toki sina lon tempo ale, kena lo nili awen, utala sina la sitelen mi lon e wile mi ke beken pili wawa biken ala late, nili sike taso sina wile ala pa, ke la mi toki soli sina ni, umi ke li konti. I still haven't brushed my teeth yet. I should probably do that.
Look at me, feeling pona, sike tuli, sike tawa, feeling suli atanonali, all in wawa, meri suya oh, kutemi, niwe lukin simpi meli, niwe feeling selo seli, mulili oh, lawa en mi. Sona e ale sina liwile la pelo un po' casina niña lo lleno colazo se lo vuole ni li merini kule waso ona lia una pona ona taso li che simpi meli li wile piline se lo seli mulili oh lawa e mi wile sona e ale sina li wile la pelo pocasina mi wile lukin simpi meli li wile piline se lo seli mulili oh lawa e mi wile sona e ale sina li wile la pelo un po' casina meli sui oh mulili oh yan wan li ona yan wan li ona yan wan li ona yan wan li ona
Sina tawa maesum la tempo la lelipini o toki hemi tawayan lon maesum onali olin pinimi pali helen tawami alasa e kilisamani tempola halelipini yaki halali landuka hona nila hona liholini hona lipini e pali nila tempola halelipini mi wile bana helenda wahona tani hona liholin sinmi sina ken halalami toki eni tenpola halelipini sina ho alasa pali eni alala sina ken halaholini alala sina ken halaholini alala sina ken halaholini
Tamakasila, lon poki kasi, onali kamali o sin mute. Tamakasila, lon poki kasi, onali kamali o sin mute. Lon poki mala, kalampa, len soweli, len, kosinen sui, iyo mayuna, lon poki kasi, panatanona, panaona, lipona. Lon poki mala, kalampa, len soweli, len, kosinen sui, iyo mayuna, lon poki kasi, panatanona, panaona, lipona.
Oh komita so la muna le lilo Hasina hotoki
Toki yanale. Mi yan PP6 independente. I mi wile toki lipu ni. Toki sang li toki. It's the audio clipping. Toki sang li toki sin tan yan PT6i. Toki pona lanimi ken toki san. Lipu ni li sona lili. Sina wile sona mute la o lukin e lipu suli song la jam sang official guide. Ona li sona ale. Sitelen ni li toki sang sama toki pona. Lawa toki o sama ala pi toki suli sina. So basically, I made this language. This guide is very small. It doesn't contain much information. There's the official guide on the website, which you'll be able to be seeing in the future. And we'll go through this language right now. Sineken kute idioma ni, toki ni, o lukin. Giong ze it bash esos ipin vas egad. Afal rig a riren, gfl isis, gijnof et isis ipfig ven gijnof. Kalama. Toki sang lio 1, 2, mute kalama kiwen mute kalama kon. Anali sitelen anpa. Kalama kon li a, i, o, u, li a. Kalama kiwen li pa, b, t, d, k, g, m, n, ng, f, v, s, j, sh, i, la, r, y, j. Toki sang li yom mute kalama nasa. Li sama insa kalama kon ala, b, li sama p tasa kiwen, kin d and t, kin g and k, kin z and s. Li sama n taso long kalama k, kalama f las al sinpain uta lon kiwen uta. V le f kiwen, sh li sama smonsi, l li il, r li monsi n. J li t and sh tenpo sama. Kalama kon likenante, kalama kon nena, nasal sounds. Likebeken sitelen ni. Kalama kon suli, long vowels. Likebeken ni. Sina yo ala sitelen ni, la ala. Sina yo ala sitelen ni, la sina ken kebeken ano Oko kalama kon tawa sitelen kalama kon nena, la sina ken kebeken tu sitelen kon. Tawa sitelen kalama kon suli. Li li You can also use a high tone and a low tone for these vowels. So nasal vowels will be a high tone and long vowels will be a low tone. I use that often. Kipisi kalama la sineken kepeken sitelen ni. Olukin. Pep li pep. Pep li ni. Pep li pep. Pep li pep. Ni tu li sama. Kalama li kentaso kiwen kon kiwen kon kiwen, anu kon. Silema kalama li toki nasin. Kiwen kon kiwen and kiwen kon li io, so they're all nouns or adjectives or just things. Bu li sama toki, gi li sama kule. Kalama kon, kiwen kon and kon li nasin, as li sama mi, as li sama sina. Kalama ala li ken, nila ken mute nimi kiwen kon, ken mute nimi kiwen kon, ken mute nimi kiwen kon, kiwen kon kiwen. Nanpa ni li sulia. Toki in li otaso mute nimi. Toki pana li otaso mute nimi. Nasin nimi. Kalama kiwen kon ale li yo kili kiwen kon kiwi. So every single CV vowel, every single CV syllable produces a CVC syllable. kiwen pini li sin enimi, o lukin. Per li soweli, per li nasin kamamani, de li sona kon kiwen, f li ilo, ge li nimi kon, j li tan, ke li ike, l li ante, m li livi, n li ante, ng li suli, r li yan, sh li tan ala, t li tan, v li kama, y li kolon, z li kulupo is li pona. Now all these are fairly approximate. Some of the formed nouns don't actually come from these. O lukin, re li sama tempo, re li sama tempo lili, moment. Ref li sama ilo tempo, watch. Sine can run a tu inimi. O lukin, nas g, li tan nas, sitelen, li tan g, yan. Yan sitelen, painter. Because this over here means paint, means drawing or sitelen or anything. This means person, so it means so together with this little thing over here, which connects the two nouns, it makes a painter. Nasin toki. Toki sang lio e mute io suli. Toki awen, toki tawa, and toki namako. Toki sang la kalama kiwen kon and kalama kiwen kon kiwen. Liken toki awen, liken toki tawa. O lukin, ji putok. Toki ni li kebeken and nasin SVO. Ji li yan, puli toki, tok li sama utala. Ni li sama yan li toki e toki sama utala. So basically, this person is basically saying insults. Person, say something similar to fighting. And there are three main things. There are the verbs, the nouns, and the spice lots, which basically add a little bit of information. What we'll ever see are like the nouns, and the verb. Ante toki. Kalama nena li sama x sama y, li sama xy. G kama li sama yan kama. G dok li sama yan utala. O lukin. G dok li ante. Ona li sama G li dok. Yan li utala. Because what you need is that little change over here, this little nasalizer, so that you can actually put the nouns together as like a describing phrase. It's very important to put nasalizations where you want to put the two words together. O lukin. G dok li ante. Ona li sama. Wait, I've already said that. Sinekin kama tawa toki zang, e toki pipi lami ike, mi wila weka e pipi lon toma mi. Taso nili wila wawa. And here's a translation of here. Per o azasal, azra miras in zin per ab in rori. What you'll notice is that each thing, okay, let's just quickly change that bit. There we go. Oh, wait. Okay, so you can see over here the translation. Pipi, per, la, o, mi, as, and a over here is like skips the slot. So it's basically like li, mi, li, ike. Mi wile tomo, mi, lon weka. So over here, this is a little noun phrase. House, mine, inside. Meraz, in, sin. Weka, wait. Oh, wait. Weka means, weka is in, but is beetles. So what they're doing here is they're saying that they want to, from their house fares, which is a spice slot, remove the insects. Now, there was supposed to be a nasalization in here. I don't know what happened. Ab in rori. Meraz li sama lon tomomi, in li sama lon pininimi. Ni la sineken lon e toki kepeken toki time. O lukin e lipunimi. Ona li yo enimi ale. Ona kepeken e toki inli. Okay, this part's irrelevant. It's described better in the official guide. Come on, book. There we go. Kalama nasin toki. So these are the different ways of grammar. Basically, every single syllable with a verb and with a vowel and then a consonant is a grammatical thing. So here we've got per, and then we've got all the way down to j. So let's look at some of them. So per is a bit of punctuation. So ap and ep li sama vis. So these are basically containing a sentence, so like brackets but for a sentence. Ap jipu ep li sama yan li toki. With a full stop at the end because it's a sentence. Ap li sama vis, the bracket, and ni li sama and x. I'm talking. Wait, what did I say? I don't know what that says. Even up li sama vis. So it's just basically like a little clause inside, which is basically a way of putting a sentence inside another sentence. That's kind of like in that describing slot or a verb, basically turning a sentence into a word itself. Onali ken poke e toki in linea. Ji ta ip jibu. Yan lawa, yan toki, li sama yan li toki, yan lawa e ona. Yan lawa e yan li toki. See over here? That's very important. There's a clause here. So ip is the comma, jibu is person talking, and jita is person talking. The person leading. Nili wawa mute. Up and up li samata ento. So basically these quote marks. Onali ken poka e nimi nasa. Ji kalas li sama G Carlos, li sama G up Carlos up. Notice that whenever you expand it, you always put these in, because there's no way of saying capital letters in Zhang, so you have to use these quote marks. Because what would happen next is if you didn't use the quote marks, then it'd just be describing G Carlos with the 2 syllables car and loss. And car means dementia, and I haven't defined loss yet. So unless you want to be like person dementia, then you should use quote marks. B nasin suli and lili. So basically these are the exaggeratives. What was the word again? The expandives. Ab lili ike, eb lili a, ib lili. Ob mute, ob mute a, ob mute ike. So basically these are just like, okay. Jibu ab li sama yan li toki lili. So basically the person talks little. Notice that the grammar syllable is always attached to the previous meaning syllable. This means that it doesn't cause a new slop. If you want to cause a new slop, then it'll actually collapse into its raw meaning. Chibob li sama yan li toki muta. Basically, because you have a up here, this means a lot. And of course, if you went to go to say something like up, it'd be like jibo up. That'd be like, person is talking way too much, and it's annoying, and I want them to stop. Suli pi toki tawa. Toki gebeken sitelen li lawa e toki lawa tawa. At li sama sinaken, et li sama mi yan wille, it li sama o li sama sinaken. So basically, at means the same as you can do this. So like, you can do verb. These always attached to the verb inside sentence, no matter where they are inside the sentence. O lukin, esva it, o alin, esva et, mi wille ini, sina olin. Esva ut, tenpo lili, la sina olin. So if you look over here, we've got es, which means you, va means love, and ut means the, oh wait, ut means, oh crap, I forgot, okay. La li toki tawa pi tempo lili. Okay. The tempo pi toki tawa. Second, ante tempo pi toki tawa. Tempo pini li ed, tempo ni li id, tempo kama li od. So basically past tense, present tense, and future tense. You attach it to the verb, and it's all done. Tempo pini pi tempo kama li ud. Tempo kama mi tempo pini li ud. Tempo mute li ad. O lukin, as bu ed, as bu ad. Tempo pini la mi toki. I talked past. I talked future. Tempo mute la mi toki. Wait, why mute? Tempo mute li ad. Okay, read that inside the visual guide. It says it there. Go nasin sona pi toki tawa. Toki ni li toki nasin pi kapen sona. Kebekenala la li sama mi ken toki e sona ni. Ag li sama mi sona ala taso mi toki. Eg li sama mi sona ala taso ton sona mi. Fuck. Evidentiality. Basically, it's these things here. So io len. As li sama mi, es li sama sina, is li sama ona. So basically, like first, second, third person. And then onampa io len. Basically, if you have multiple people, then you must always pluralize it. It's not like in toki pona where it can mean both things. You need to be able to pluralize it, otherwise it's just going to be like saying we when you meant I. Like over here. Us li sama sina taso yan wal one ala. So basically informal you, like impersonal you. O pali ala e ike li ante yan kute o pali ala e ike. Us and us li sama ona taso ana li sona e io. So basically these over here are defined by the person, defined by the noun. So like here you got like jibu dok dokasal. Person, talk, fight, talk is bad. A over here just skips the slot, so it defaults to is. Jibu dok dokos. Dokos. Here the os is a separate syllable because you always put the consonants as far left as possible. So then with it over here, os describes that, and that means os is set to dog. So then you say os asal. And then it's just like dog asal. It's a very useful thing. I use it all the time. Os li sama os. It's basically that, but it's just a new version. Ya li toki a. It's basically like the exclamatives. These are fun. Pili nike a li sama I. O lukin kuta e mi li sama a. Mi sona sina ala li sama I. Sina ke sina ike li sama oi. Sina pona li sama oi. O lukin. Hey, as far as o kuta mi lukin e sina. As ras shirza. Ay, mi wele tuto ike. And the other thing that we haven't talked about is oi with a W. What that is that if you describe it, then it turns the next one into it makes the next syllable describe the whole exclamative. So like if you went back to saying like doc, then you can go like oi doc, and then that would be an exclamative saying like it's like a fight, in just 2 syllables, which is very helpful. Then we've got some translations here. You can look through them in your own time. I'll be sending this markdown file out towards anyone who wants to see it. And over here is the end of the speech. So one really important thing over here is that you can actually visit the website. And from the website, you can actually see what words they are, what you can do. And what's really useful is that you can actually combine words together. Okay, I'm just going to quickly change tabs and show you. If you hold with me for 1 second. Okay. Okay, screen present. Okay, tab, sign language, share. Okay, here we go. Loni sineken kama sin nime. So if you look over here, you can actually see the different words. Over here is the Toki Pona translation. The 3 words here are going to be design and sono suli. Toki zang li don't know how to read Toki Pona. So over here we've got like secret and then honorific. So if you put the 2 words together to form a new word, and because this is a grammar particle, you can have to think of it as like a new grammar particle if you want. And what you can do is like secret honorific. So what would be a honorific form of secret? How about like a honorific for ninjas? Like that. And then what you can do is you can press submit. And then once it's submitted, it goes into the thing. And you can actually download it through this little link over here. We tab separated values file containing all the lexicalizations defined, including the new one that we added. So like an atomic form of frowning would be a down quark, maybe. Down quark in a kind of, what was the word again? A down quark in a cute voice. So diminutive. Now that's the really useful part of the website. It's the interactive part, and it's the part that I wanted to show to everyone because it lets you expand the vocabulary, make it more bigger, make it have 4 million words to be the biggest conlang, which would be quite fun. And it's all provided on this little friendly interface. Over here as well, we have got the grammar guide. This contains all the information that you may want to read. It contains all the information on the different particles near the bottom here. Like we've got the vocatives, the comparatives, the emotion and tone marking, the stuff I haven't covered yet, the verbs, all in English. We've got the particles, registers, the swearing. I mean, swearing is something that I don't want to go over. Colloquialisms, the internet speak. You can see everything here. And we've also got places like the main page. We've got the word definer. And basically over here, you can actually put down a word and have it like show you what the meaning is. So duk is like a counting word. So you can also put like duk, duk. You count by just going ba ba da da ga like that. You can also write down like the violence. So here, violence. Duk means violence. And if you go into the grammar break, then we can actually, if it works, which is kind of bugging, we can put down the we dok thing. General exclamation marker and violence. So that would be what it is. Okay, let me just quickly switch back the things. Okay, present tab, window, Sangdok. Tempo pini la sina li lukin e tokizang. Tokizang li nasa. Taso tokizang li pona mute tawa mi. Mi wile ni sina wile la sina li lukin e tokizang lipu suli li ken loni. O sono pi toki pona. Okay, there we go. It's basically just have a good time, right? Oh, the website link. It's just right here. Actually, let me just paste it right inside the Discord chat. If the KDE Connect works. Here we go. Sorry, I mean, there's like 10 seconds of lag. So here's your little website. Okay, pali pona. Okay, so you can ask questions if you want. I'm sorry that the Toki Pona was so, but I don't really care. Okay, thank you. Ui. Ja, nic znają. Here we go. Okay. Well, here's the book again if anyone wants it. Oh my god, Jan Lenny's sleepiness is going away. Perfect. Because I was feeling a lot sleepy earlier today. It was horrible. Because I woke up at like 10:40 thinking that maybe I'd be going there. I had a dream where it was yesterday and I was like, nobody had told me that my presentation wasn't ready. Oh, look at here. That's cute. He got. If there aren't any questions, then feel free to go to the next one. I know that you've been kind of running low on time. You've got like a 40-minute deficit. I mean, feel free, just completely feel free to, go to a different presentation if nobody has any questions. Oh, great. Brilliant about the deficits. Good. Yes. Well, yeah, I could probably tell that we were on time because I went on right on time. Oh my god, what is that rock? Okay. How many different pages? Yeah, I can read the, stuff down here. Bash is so sleeping. Oh, I've already had that. We got like the Tower of Babel story. I kind of like it. Okay, one really important thing about the language is that it allows you to turn anything into just a working sentence. Like any sequence of syllables, it will be guaranteed to become a working sentence. I haven't defined all the words yet, so that isn't happening yet, but I'm planning to do that later, and the website will be available. Now, of course, you can also... No, and because everything is a valid sentence, that means that if you mispronounce this, then you're going to say the wrong thing. And because things can change based off only the little vowel, then you'll end up, completely messing up the meaning of a sentence. So that's a big danger to watch out for. It's not as flexible as Toki Pona, even though it feels a bit like it's grammar. Apiod gios non ed voi o in ep os ied us nud. Neshina in ep op ap os gub ed... Oh, crap, I'm really bad at pronouncing. Is ep. Os vaf os ip asas sufbat ed ot. Olung it ong inis ep ap os. Va ed suf ip tum shud op ed tush suf ip tutum shuf op ep. Ap op vav asas yet et ot zung e yevong. Yeah. Oh, that was actually really, really funny. They actually made... I don't know what this word means for exactness, but it's formed of a reduplication of two words. Let me have a look. Zung. Okay, that means city because it's just town and town again. Yevon. Okay, where's the thingy? There we go. Like you can also, write down full sentences, and it will try to translate them into Zhang. So as you can see, we've got like Niwe pone nasin sina. It becomes clove, similarity, and amoeba. Skip the slot. It's basically that would be cloth, and then like kind of like comma similarity in the same way. cloth is the same as, and useful, is the same as number weaver. And then you go to the next sentence. Spy. Oh wait, so basically like skip the slot, and it's basically like cloth is a number weaver, and where's the object? Oh, there's no object. Yeah. It's basically like cloth is a number weaver, anding. A very, very sensible language. Okay, no, I cannot speak the language without the help of cheat sheets at all. It's a lot of memorization, and I haven't done it. Oh wait, maybe I wonder what rock means. We're even talking about it in Tokipan. Let's look over here. Rock. Find. Oh here we go. Tum. Tum 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 sahur. Okay, no, that's cursed. I wonder what tum 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 sahur means. Yeah, that's because sahur isn't a valid thing, so let's put this. So basically, pebble, pebble's a pebble, pebbles for goodness, which is able to understand this message. Basically, a type of goodness that's able to understand a message. So maybe like a good person. So basically, pebble's a person. That would be something like pebbles throw rock at a person. I mean, it's up to interpretation. But I mean, I made a website so that I can actually be able to speak the language and have easy access to cheat sheets. I said the tung 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 sahur thing, but I didn't say tung 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 sahur. I said tum 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 sahur. Sorry. Okay, how are we running for time? Oh, we're running low for battery, that's the thing. Okay. Oh my god, we're way past my slot. I wonder what skibbity means then. Okay, here we go. Skibbity. Here we go. So basically, because you can't have two consonants on an onset, so they put in a filler vowel, and it hasn't got a meaning yet. Little present. It's basically something little present. Yeah, but we can run until 50. That'd be perfect. Thank you very much. Because I'm burning time with this alpha brain rot. Here is like, okay, that one I've removed recently, so I'm going to fix it. Oh, we haven't talked about the IDs yet. Okay, they're really cool. Basically, every single syllable inside the language has an ID. So if we went into here and we had a look at the wrong thing. Okay, if we went back into the right. Now, there's actually the ability to look at numeric IDs. Okay, let me find it. ID. Oh, wait. ID space ID. There we go. It's basically every single syllable has a ID. It's in alphabetical order. So 1 to 24 are the single letters. Oh crap, what's happened here? Oh no. Alpha is natural leader. I mean, when I wrote that, what I really meant was like, I mean, not alpha slash natural. I mean, just basically like a leader. He's like just naturally a leader due to like their circumstances or their situation, as opposed to like a leader who got there by work, because I thought that distinction would be quite sweet to have. Anyway, so basically these are the ITs. So we've got like the IDs go all the way up to here for the CVC words, and they keep going up past that, but we haven't done it. Oh, we haven't loaded windscreen wiper yet. That is a horrible, horrible word. Okay, windscreen wiper. Maybe it's fair, maybe it's not fair. Fine. But the way that I did it, let me just pull it up really quickly. Oh gosh, we're running low on time. Okay, there we go. Anyway, windscreen wiper, let me just quickly pull it up just to show you. Skibidi toilet is a natural leader. Okay, let's see actually. Oh golly. mean, it is a natural leader of all the alpha generation. So actually, I'm going to start that really quickly here. Do markers have a meaning in Zang because of the ID system? Possibly, yeah. Okay, yes, they do, but you'd have to separate them. I mean, no, but I've actually worked on an encoding that lets you a Skibidi toilet. There you go. Actually, oh my god, it is actually there. Disculptive ill caused. I don't know why that's put there. Oh golly. Oh golly, I've made an effort to man. Similarity as it's basically an alpha leader in the same way as it could be. Okay, that's a lot of interpretation. It's probably not grammatically accurate, but there is a way from the ID system to actually turn anything into a code. The ID modulus form. Here we go. This is how you turn a barcode into a number. So basically, it works like this: sequence as a sequence of IDs. A method of doing so is repeated uses of a sequence of this form: diacritic number, ID, and ID. So basically, one through these, then would be neutral with no change, and this would be with changed. So that's like the first checksum to give you the thing. I mean, I don't know what 0 does. It's probably also this. So then you can actually compress this form into two numbers using the following formula: ID1 times ID2 plus diacritic number, and then the first ID. So what we've got here is we've got the thing, and we've got the thing. And then you expand it out. This is the modulus number, and these are the two IDs. I mean, it's a really, I forgot how the system works, but you can turn a barcode into a Zhang string. That was my point with this thing. And it actually works for random noise as well. But what you're going to have to do is you're going to have to use discretion on separating these little things over here. But that was a good question, thank you. God had no hand in the makings. No, he didn't. No, they didn't. No, he didn't. No, he didn't. Shit. Modulus. I'm just writing my answer to question in two places in both the recording and the chat, so that it's got double backup so that you can remember it. BBC Kelly will be audio. Oh yes, it is actually. Oh yeah, because they can't have a diphthong at the end. Yeah, I just made it up as I went along. Oh my god, what's a JR? Oh my god. Okay, I've had another guy in another chat, and they said like Zhang is truly the APL of human languages. Oh, sorry about typing them out. While between the English interspersed in and looking at the text, I think, oh look, see, even a toki non-speaker actually understood the language, so that's good. And they like the website. I should give them a link really quickly. Have a link. There we go. And then them going on about how Skibidi Toilet is a natural leader. Yes, that's inside the Discord chat. 50 more minutes. Okay, let's get to work on some more brain rot then if we've got 50 more minutes. Okay, Kalasi, you are going to have to cut off the stream because I am not going to leave. I'm going to keep on giving brain rot, okay? Alpha is alpha. Let's see what that comes. Oh, wait, we don't have H. I just want to, we should come up with, okay, what's another new thing? I have the sigma quiz. Here we go. Basically, have no meaning, so let's just quickly replace the H with anything. Sigma Riz. Oh my god, the server can't handle it. There we go. Rizza. Oh my god, that sounds like Rizza. Creation. So mine means security, not land. Regardless of location in sentence, things. So basically, X past and basically. Verb is security and creation is the subject. We can go backwards and go like creation security. Creation secures the thing. Okay. Okay, that's actually going to work. Oh my god. Kaliasi is saying that they'll hard cut at 57 minutes past. Okay, what are their pronouns really quickly? No pronouns listed here. Okay, cool. Oh no, they don't like it. Tralala or tralala. Okay. Adding consequence and then honorifics, basically. Adding to consequence, consequence, negate something after it. So not adding to not consequence, and then addition, skips the slot. Oh god, I've got to make this more thing. Mercury is too big to fit in a room. Oh. Do not give in. Okay, I am not going to give in. Okay. Let's see. Okay. Adding consequence, horrific. Lad doesn't, I don't know. Cappuccino, what was the name again? Okay, let's actually change that to J. Cappuccino, do not listen to the threats of it. Okay, I will not listen to Kala's, threats. Oh my god, yes, missed opportunity is 56. Okay, cappuccino, what's the second word? Cappuccino, ballerina. Okay, cappuccino, ballerina. It's basically funny person in. Okay, so the cap inside pudgin. So the cap inside pudge is negating the friendly person. It's negating friendlily. Yeah, it's negating the friendly person. Okay, that is actually. Oh god, I've only got like 6 seconds more. Okay, bye guys. This was really fun. Thank you all. Okay. I don't know what. There's Twitch. I don't.
Nili mi kamalon suno nila mi opna e kalama musi. Mi pana kalama musi la nili ken pona tawa sina. Hi everyone, my name's Saki. And I've come here today to share some of my music with you. I've got 3 songs today. I have a 4th one. We might not have enough time for that. I don't know. But,
just first a little bit about me. Tokia, mi open kama sona lon mun nanpa tuan pi tempo sike ni. I started learning in March, and I've been a music person all my life, so I figured making song covers in Toki Pona was a good thing for me to do. And there's a link to my YouTube channel. The 2 of the songs today are all new. I haven't released them to YouTube yet, so they will be up after my stream today. So, without further ado, we'll open with a song that some of you may have heard, some of you may not have heard. Yanpi tempo weka. So let's get the music rolling, and let me get the video up so that y'all can follow along. Whoopsie. Give me a second. God damn it. Should be able to get the video monitor up. Okay. Video is refusing to work. Alright. I guess my videos are not going to be working today. I had the video ready. Okay. I'll just start the music now. Tempo la mi sona sine tempo pona. Samani sina pilin pona liken moli. Sona mila sina yan pona. Taso sina la mi wan taso. Taso ni liolin li pilin yaki suli. Yan likan ka manasatan pilinike. Lia wentan tempo pona liken ala. Piline ike olin. Toki sinalami awen poka. Taso pili mila piniolin lipona. O weka alasa toki sinala olin limituli alala miwile ala elin taso sana mili weka tanlawa sina o ike alasa mani sina weli pualeli ante nanpa ken la miwile ala ni nila sina yan biten mo weka. Mila sila yan mi tempo weka. Mila sila yan mi tempo weka. Tempo la mi sona sine pakalatan sina. Taso toki sina la pakala alelitan mi. Pipili ne toki sina. Pali nilitama pakala. Sinala alelipona. Waso sina awen aline yan tan sona pi tempo weka. Sina la oli mimi duli la na la. Himile ala eli. Taso sona mili weka tan la wasina. Oike alasa. Nili kalama busawan. Misona ni waso wiki. It did get a content ID takedown on YouTube, so it didn't get taken down, but I got content ID, so hopefully nothing goes wrong. Right, on to the next. I'll need to disconnect from audio for a brief moment. Yanmute liwile eni. Yanmute liwile eni. Ilo tawa tu. Tan kulupu lemon simon. Mi o weka o kamasin. Sinakenala ken kute and me. My video does not want to work today. That explains it. Well, we can still run without. Miopen, ilo tawa tu. Nili kalamasin, yan ala li kute e ni. Nobody's heard this yet. Right. Ilo tawa tu ona liun pa siya lo li tawa tan ala wile mia. Ilo tawa tu ona liun pa siya lo li tawa tan ala wile mia. Ilo li tu liun pa Masewin pali ni epicola. Ilo moli ni tuli wa walokon sewi o ilo tawa tu ona liun pa si yellow itawa tan alwi le mi a tawa tu ona liun pa si yellow litawa tan alwi le mi a Pakarila yan sisito yan lopasita tan sitelen musi meni ako Makuni liken anpa esina. Kila ilo nitu. Pa pa da 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 pa da 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 pa da 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 pa da da pa da da pa da da pa da da ilo tawa tu liun pawawa tilini liwawa lami kanala awen ilo tawa tu liun pawawa tilini liwawa pipilin suli a ilo litu likamawan Emi Ali Epiku Munalala Suno and Waso Mun Open ma o ilo tawatu ona lupa lona sike tawa Halloween ilo tawatu ona lupa lona sike tawa Halloween me dot Tawatu ona liunpa si yellow li tawa tan alawila mi ilo tawatu ona liunpa si yellow li tawa tan alawila mi No idea why the video cut out, but whatever. Right. I've got one more song on my set list. I will once again leave and rejoin the audio. Ike mi alali. Pakala suli mi. Pakala. Mio pensin. Pakala mi. Kanami nasa ikaw na ala. E pilin yan ale, e wile yan kin. Tokiliken ike, niliken lon ala. Ale lang mi yan taso sinay ke emi. Oi ke ala emi. Ikine sinala sinaseme. Ilipon lukin ang nasa suli. Ale lang mi yan taso ang sinayan taso. Oi ke ala emi. Oi ke ala emi. Yani e pakala suli. Di pili na paa. Mi ke na la pona emi. Masewin ale la mi yan taso. Ale la mi yan taso. Ay ke ala emi. Ay ke ala emi. Sinasona e pili mila. Ni na ike militan mi. Taso militan sina. Ale la mi yan taso. Ale la mi yan taso. Sina ike mi. Oi ke ala emi. Yani yo e pakala suli. Li pili na paa. Mi kena la pona eni. Mama sewi ale la mi antaso. Ale la mi antaso. Ay ke ala emi. Ay ke ala emi. Mi antaso la mi pakala. Mi antaso mi taso lite. Ike wawa emi. Ay ke ala emi. Naniyan sewi ala milon ma. Sita lukin tawa se. Ale la mi yan taso. Ale la mi yan taso. Ay ke ala emi. Ay ke ala emi. Yan taso mi ke lami iyo. Mi yan taso mi ke lami iyo. Oi ke ala emi. Sina ike emi. Yan sepelon. Those are the pre-recorded vocals. I just decided my vocals. So those are all the songs I wanted to get through today. Apologies for not having video. I think my software's crapping out on me. But yeah. Thank you all for listening. Thank you all for pointing out forgetting to connect on this song. Oh, it's live. Those vocals were all live. No. The pre-recorded vocals were muted. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, y'all. Yeah. The pre-recorded vocals are muted. I was singing live. Sorry. Yanli Saki is right. The vocals were not pre-recorded. That was me. Right now. I'm sorry. And also sorry for the voice cracks. I apologize. And it looks like I might be over my time slot. I'm not sure. So, yep. Yep. All right. Well, thank you all for sticking with me. I apologize for the technical difficulties. Yeah. See you all on YouTube. I'll get these up on YouTube soon, ASAP. Thank you all.
Kute kalama mi yan sama sina o toki en mi pona ala lipakala weka likenala tempo lipini mi wilela sui opana mi oline ikesina lon sewela mi aweni lawa mili nasa musi o ken pilineni mi kama pilena uta sina la sina yaki mi tawa apaka ken mesake ke nasa mi wile sina la mi sona yaki violina sina la mi sona yaki tempo kamali kama pinia milona sin isewi ala onali kamala wai lon sewela mi aweni onali lon milon pogami o ken pilineni mi kama pilena uta sina la sina yaki mi tawa ampaka ken mesake ke nasa mi wile sina la mi sona yaki violina sina la mi sona yaki a mi sona yaki mi pelena uta sina la sina yaki mi tawa ampaka ken mesake ke nasa mi wile sina la mi sona yaki kama pelena uta sina la sina yaki mi tawa ampaka ken mesake ke nasa mi wile sina la mi sona yaki Mila opana e olin sina mi pilin eken mi pilin eken Mila opana e olin sina mi pilin eken
Okama kutelon tempo pinila mi toki e milon tawa sina tempo kamala mi tawa na sin mi likama lukin lipu mu telon pali Sapi